Wait. You turn down your volume and all of a sudden you decide to go back up, bastard. Ugh. Dying. Send help. Boo 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 boo. Oh man. Can't wait for this annoying ass shit to finally be cleared, bro. Ugh. Although I am feeling a bit better, even though it doesn't sound like it, I am feeling a bit better. I think I definitely felt worse yesterday, and I think that's the cold medicine doing its fucking tricks. Now, I may not sound all that particularly good, but then it's because of the stuffy nose and everything. I mean, that'll go away eventually. It's fine. Whoa, what's up, Zane? You are putis.
No, I'm not putis, you're putis. No, you're putis, it's you.
Man, we got a lot of content. You can't say it before I do. Yes I can. What are you gonna do about it, huh? 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 What you gonna do about it?
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist!
That's true. We're definitely gonna take a look at that interview with the Asmongold fan. We're definitely gonna look at that, 1000%. Just not today because I've been doing too many Asmongold segments, and I don't like to do too many Asmongold segments constantly because just like spread it out a little bit, you know. I'll do it when I'm back Tuesday, for sure, I think. Definitely when I'm back Tuesday. And I'll hopefully be better. And we'll be doing our glup shit-o shit. We'll be doing all our good stuff. I should not be sick by then. I mean, this stuff is more or less gone, but it's all good. I am stuffed up. I was feeling a little sick, and now it's kind of gone away. I've been taking some Tylenol, so I'm feeling all right. It's just sinus now at the moment. An entire month. Bro, how shit is your immune system? A month, eh? That's crazy. I guess to be fair, I've had post-nasal drip for several years. Because of COVID, but that's different. Built like a brick house, but that shit fucked me up. Damn. That's crazy. Probably would have killed an old person. Damn. Yo, that's crazy. Alright. Time to try to finish this damn planet. I do have to say, I cooked up something with the recent video release on YouTube, though, with the thumbnail. I was thinking if I could put the homophobic dog in somewhere, but I was just like, nah. Nah, that ain't gonna work. Oh, those are the worst. Those suck. Alright, so we can leave the planet whenever we want. Yay. So that's cool. Fuck this planet. Yeah, we've been stuck here for a while. It's very stinky. Let's go to a pleasure planet. Buddy, this ain't the Imperium of Man. What the heck? This ain't the Imperium. Don't care. Alright, Slanesh. We have a Slaneshi heretic. Kill him. Kill them. Kill. Kill.
Fake news.
You're fake news, actually. I'm not fake news, you're fake news. You're the only faker here. Not even the playmaker. You're just a faker. You're just a faker, not even a playmaker.
Daho with the premium League of Legends reference. Krills myself. Turns into a shrimp. And then explodes. Alright, dump that shit. But yeah, we have quite a growing operation here. I think that's lovely for us. These fucking putties took the fucking putties! Literal fucking putties. Putties. I see. I see the problem here. Including crafting, yes. Content of energy source as well. Okay, only have this thing go when the nutrients are at 0. Okay, that'll let it clear out the belt. Sort of. May need to do it a little manually to clean out the issue. Because sometimes a country boy gotta make do. Sometimes. Okay, that should be fine. Alright, get to work. You putties. This is where Zane says putties again. Or maybe he won't. Maybe he'll just fuck with me. Maybe he'll say that I have a yee-ass haircut. Who knows what Zane will say. Okay, so all we have left to do is to make the science pack, some molten lead, and a couple of other things, and then we can leave. We can leave soon. Inshallah, mashallah, bashallah, bismillah, astaghfirullah. This big ass area is going to be for the acid working and the smelting plants as I originally designed. So like I said, this plant's divided into 4 blocks. Up here is the growing operation, the agricultural sort of products that we need to make, of which is going proceedingly well. This is power. We make 3 gigawatts. I added another 1.5 gigawatts. Okay, it's about 3 gigawatts. With the other growing operation, and final bit, this is the main actual factory to produce products to get us out of here, as well as everything we need on planet side. And this will be for acid working. What is this? That's awful, and you should feel bad. That is awful. Jesus Christ. It just looks cursed. I'm not gonna lie. Like I don't have a Nussie.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Like I don't have. I got no Nussie, you know. I got no Nuss. You do now? No, I don't. Why are you lying? Why the fuck you lying? That's fucked up. I don't have any Nussie. I ain't got no Nussie. Lube that thing up. Alright, you need to relax. That's not how any of that works, I'm pretty sure. Grab him by the nuss. Trump loves grabbing him by the nuss. He fucking loves grabbing him by the nuss. Well, there was the Graham Platner cheating scandal. We're going to be talking about that. Coffeezilla and PBD had a debate. Probably about him being a scammer. There's a few other things. There's some protests that are getting a little zany. And... You see that YouTube short I posted? Talk about not shaming your friend for supporting stuff that's pro-Israel? Yes. Listen, I do think the boycott, divestment, sanctions sort of shit, I definitely agree with it. Absolutely. It makes sense. I mean, think about it. It's the same shit they did with South with South Africa, right? It's unfortunate that sometimes there are some lies about it. Like, for example, with Starbucks, from what I recall specifically, Starbucks does not, or at the very least have not posted saying they support Israel whatsoever. Because the claim with that specifically is that, okay, not that I want to really defend Starbucks here, but we have to be accurate when we say stuff, right? Because the claim with Starbucks is that they are pro-Israel because they have a location in there, even though that is not the case. Not anymore. They used to, but then it went out of business because it wasn't profitable. Which is just like, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, the ending of the lesson there was just kind of bad, to be honest. It's a very, like, oh, what can you do kind of a thing. Everything is shit under capitalism. It's like, I mean, yeah. I don't disagree with that, obviously. But, like, there's always something you can do. I just don't like the nihilism of it all. There's always something one can do to try to improve material conditions, to try to make something better. It's just like, you know. It's going to be tough. It's tough, it's boring, it's difficult. But you can't give up. Because unfortunately, this is the only option you got right now. This is the only choice you got for the moment. You can't give up on shit just because it's a little tough or it's a little boring. That's like my biggest problem with a lot of lefties. Very often they say that engaging in electoralism is inherently cringe because the system is just inherently cringe. It's like, yeah, I don't disagree with that. The problem is for the time being, because, yeah, you know, oh, well, just let them win, forehead. Yeah, like, that's stupid. I don't like the sort of defeatist attitude. I think that's fucking loser shit. And I personally think that being a bit of a loser is kind of cringe. In my honest opinion. Yeah, for sure. Like, there's always local elections. There's local things you could do in your community, blah, 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 blah. It's not fun. It's not interesting. But you kind of have to do it. Like, even Lenin himself said that one has to participate within liberal bourgeois elections sometimes in order to stave off fascists. Like, sometimes that's just what you have to do. Is it pretty? No. Is it kind of cringe? Yes. But sometimes you have to do it. It is what it is. More shorts like this that kind of go unchecked. That's true. Then again, you have to ask yourself this question, like, how much of an impact does it create? Right? But I don't disagree with that. It's definitely faster content.
You could have gone anywhere to get coffee.
Open her up on the docket.
You could have gone.
You could have gone anywhere to get coffee. Yeah. I think it creates a nihilist mentality and pushes the centrist do-nothing issues. True. Bros, just do nothing, forehead. Because everything's shit. It's like, yeah, everything is shit, but that doesn't mean you can't just do nothing, unfortunately. We have the hand that we are dealt at the moment. We have to work within those means for now. It's not great. It sucks. It's annoying. You gotta do what you gotta do. And also, a lot of that stuff is... It's incredibly, incredibly unproductive. Yes, it most certainly does. Because sometimes, given some other people's circumstances, they sometimes do not have a choice. I definitely agree with that. I love the death of subjectivity. Yeah, oh well, Israel blows up another family with their children. True. Especially since the momentum is now heavily against Israel, you should keep pressing the advantage. Keep talking shit. Keep filming the terrible shit. You know. Wait, why is this guy's doing a fucking whataboutism? Talking about Platner sexting women while he was married? But is running cover for Eric Swalwell raping people. Okay, bro. Actually fucking mentally ill. And it seems like mostly this scandal is stemming from a former campaign manager who's just mad. Yeah, he's just stupid. Ah.
Aye.
Kino Casino disavow Ethan's lawsuits? Oof. Damn. Ugh. Eye is under attack. Ugh. Hmm. All right. I'm getting like heavily attacked by Eyeball Nation right now. I think the attack's over. I think I am no longer getting attacked by Eyeball Nation. Hallelujah. Eyeball Nation is done attacking me. I don't even know what the fuck just happened, but my eye just decided to be like, ah! Jesus. That was annoying. I should be good now. All right. Whew. I think I'm done getting attacked. Okay, we can do the Coffeezilla stuff now. Also, another thing with this whole fucking Graham Platner scandal shit is people seem to be conflating sexting with sex. Now, is sexting a bunch of people, I don't know, a good thing? Graham Platner. I'm very stuffed right now. So my voice probably sounds like complete shit, but there's a big old fucking scandal right now. You've never heard of Graham Platner? He is the presumptive nominee for the Democrats in Maine in the senatorial race. Looks like a chud, talks like a woke, basically. Iraq war veteran. Had a stint in Blackwater. Had a totem conf tattoo. Because again, we're dealing with a chud who did combat in Fallujah. Right? So, it makes sense that he may not be exactly perfect in the head. Yeah, Chudwater. Yeah, Blackwater is pretty bad, but... so are the people who are engaging in broader death of subjectivity over all this shit. Anyway. I wanted to wait for my candy. No, not candy. My lozenge, rather. To, be done, and then this. Actually, I'll go to the bathroom, and then we'll start the Coffeezilla stuff. Well, I'll be right back. I do need to go to the bathroom, though.
Shits are back, folks. We're back. We're back. Took a piss. No shit. Oh boy.
Yeah, okay, Joe Brandon. Joe Brandon is the other name for Joe Biden. No, it's not Dark Brandon. Joe Brandon, or fuck Brandon, or whatever the fuck. It was basically like their way of trying to say fuck Joe Biden without saying fuck for some reason. It was really stupid. And because of it, being as stupid as it is, it essentially became adopted by Beer Bash is now rated. What the heck? But yeah, it's essentially been adopted by like left-leaning people to just make fun of all the dumbasses. Beer Bash rating. What the fucking cock and balls is this? And Boy Meets Mini being cringe. I never would have thought. What's up, gamers? But we're about to start the Coffeezilla segment. Oh boy. We're going to be going a decent amount of time today. But whatever. We're going to be doing this. I don't have a Nussie. Well, let's get started with this. Shut your goofy ass up, Zane. What's up, Big Jerry? Why would I look at that? That's a great question, Boy Meets Mini. You should keep asking yourself that question before I deal with Zane's bullshit. Then you. Who's ready to get value-tained? I love getting value-tained. Oh boy, value-tainment. But Patrick Bet David is a scammer. Probably. Allegedly. Patrick Bet-David made his fortune by essentially having an MLM sort of company and then selling it to some other fucking schmuck to administer it. Okay, that's the basic gist and history of PBD. Now, Coffeezilla, as we all know, the main dude who, shall we say, quote-unquote, goes after big epic scams and whatnot. He's talked about a lot of crypto scams in the past, a lot of other scams as well, MLMs and various other stuff, yada yada yada. Shout out to Coffeezilla. Great fucking video maker and whatnot. And he does a very good job exposing all the scams and talking about the problems with them, yada yada yada. Should really go without saying. But now he is taking a look at Patrick Bet-David and also gets into a call with Patrick Bet-David. So I'm not really surprised about the fact that Patrick Bet-David himself decided to be like, all right, dude, you keep talking shit about my companies and shit. I don't like that, so I'm going to have to confront you or whatever the fuck online or some shit. Whatever, what have you. So I'm not really surprised about this whatsoever. I mostly just want to see about what gets uncovered here by Coffeezilla, because am I really surprised about Patrick Bet-David being a scammer? No. Why don't we take a look?
Quick update before you watch this video. There is a follow-up where I actually got a hold of Patrick Bet-David. So in this video, you'll see that I asked to talk to him multiple times. He did not respond until right before I uploaded the video. I tweeted about it. He got in my DM, says he actually does want to talk. So you can hear him address all the allegations I'm about to bring up in this video, and you can decide for yourself what you think of Patrick Bet-David's response. So I've been waiting for...
Well, yeah, why don't we take a listen to the allegations first? You know, can't draw aspersions quite, obviously. Very interesting. I guess it's like an edited-in segment there from Coffeezilla. I mean, I know that's like a thing you can do on YouTube, but whatever.
For Patrick Bet-David to reply to this Goliath story where he reportedly got a huge payment from a Ponzi schemer, and I want to know if they're going to pay it back. It's just as simple as that. I want to know if they're going to apologize for their role in legitimizing a total scammer, which hasn't been done yet as far as I'm aware. I reached out to the PBD organization, Patrick Bet-David personally. It's been about a week. I haven't heard back, so I have to talk about it. Now, if you don't know the full lore, let me bring you up to speed really quick. Goliath Ventures was a Ponzi scheme that took in over $320 million of regular people, retirees, business owners' money under the promise of making them multiple percents per month. We made a Coffeezilla video about it recently. Christopher...
Very interesting. Oh, and this is a main segment video of his that he made recently. And of course, Patrick Bet-David had something to do with this. Now, obviously, I've talked about this before, but scammers of a feather love to fucking flock together. Patrick Bet-David, again, has had his own sort of like, shall we say, for lack of a better term, run-ins with MLMs and whatnot. Again, like I said before, the way this motherfucker made his fortune is through specifically an MLM that he used to run. I don't remember exactly the name of it off the top of my head, but he used to have an MLM. He ran that shit and used that to essentially not get his start on YouTube. It's not really, but he used that in order to basically get the prominence that he has and whatnot on, like, not like on YouTube or whatever, but basically to get the fucking millions he needed, or that he has.
Delgado recently talked to the press here without his lawyer present, and we reported this back in October to federal authorities, and about 6 months...
Wait, he really talked about it? Wait, the guy who unironically had the fucking Ponzi scheme talked about the Ponzi scheme on the press without a lawyer. Okay. Okay. We need to have a discussion about something. What is with all these rich people becoming like fucking dumbasses? Can we talk about this? Can we talk about how like these billionaires are becoming like 10 times more stupid? Well, maybe I don't know if that guy's a billionaire specifically, but why are these guys becoming like 10 times more stupid? Like, I just don't understand why this is the case. Like, I find it to be a little confusing.
Months later, Christopher Delgado was officially arrested.
The Justice Department says the 34-year-old scammed investors out of $328 million through his company, Goliath Ventures.
Meaning we're no longer speculating here. He has been formally charged.
He's a
even
scammer.
Admitted a lot of this in interviews.
Oh, what happened to their money that should have been sitting in an account?
Their money was being used to make distributions.
To who?
To either them or other investors.
And what else did you use the money for?
I mean, we used it for corporate events. We used it for personal spend.
So this goes...
Wow, he unironically just admits it. Alright, bro. Nice fucking meme, dude.
way beyond the like, oh, it's just allegations, bro. Like, Christopher Delgado has confessed to a lot of this behavior. And where Patrick...
Bro, he fucking admitted to this on a fucking live stream. Like, you're not supposed to say that you're giving it back to a bunch of fucking investors and you're investing in the company like that. Like, what are you doing, bro? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, that is true, Zane. Unfortunately, thinking is for libtards, and we are unfortunately a bunch of libtards here.
That David comes into all of this is because he was a huge form of social proof for Christopher Delgado to seem legit. His entire organization kind of made this guy mainstream.
Goliath Ventures, founded in 2019. Goliath Ventures is a global private equity firm focused on blockchain, founded by Chris Delgado. It's built on 3 pillars: technology, opportunity, community.
And this is why I reached out to Patrick Bet-David and his team, only to get no response. I'm expecting some accountability here. Our story starts in 2025 when this guy, Christopher Delgado, is on stage at the Patrick Bet-David Vault Conference. He was the title sponsor for them, and he used it as an opportunity to kind of pitch himself.
I could make passive income for myself, raise my family,
Of
and
course.
basically enjoy life.
Now, even when you go to Patrick Bet-David's own summary, you can see Goliath in this video, in their own highlight reel, where they are the title sponsor, Goliath Ventures. They're apparently on the lanyard. Right here, you can see Goliath Ventures, Inc. signed on as the title sponsor to the Vault 2020.
That's a little interesting. They seem to have quite the close association with one another. They ain't that interesting. Man. Why does this happen all the time, dude? Why is this a consistent problem? Every fucking time, bro. Every fucking time.
Conference, and they even made like a pitch video of why you should be a brand sponsor of the Vault Conference.
More than 2,000 CEOs lead teams of 75 plus employees. They come
Whoa.
around the world to grow, scale, and do business. And they don't just attend, they engage. Last year, 85%
My
interacted
God.
with sponsors on site. The response from attendees was overwhelmingly positive.
So it's pretty clear what Vault is pitching. Hey, we'll give you access to this, entrepreneurship conference, these attendees. You pay us, we'll get you hooked up with them. That's exactly what Goliath Ventures did. Now, when you go to the Vault Conference sponsorship tier, you can see they advertise the benefit of the title sponsorship right here. Get an MGM strip marquee signage, a 40 by 40 foot booth, brand badging, that's what we just saw, on-site attendee email list. I guess you can email them if you want. Main stage moment with
epic.
Patrick Bet-David, marketing, hard post on socials, PBD podcast shout out. I mean, I think that's one of the big ones. Patrick Bet-David's podcast reaches millions
very
of people.
big.
And true to his word, he pushed Goliath like a lot.
Fall Conference this year is brought to you by Goliath Ventures. The title sponsor of this entire event is Goliath Ventures. Founder Chris Delgado. We spent a lot of time to come to Yankees games with us. They've been coming to Fall Conferences for the last God knows how many.
Bro, going to fucking Yankees games? What the fuck? Dude, I love Chris Delgado. We've gone to Yankees games together. Listen, it's not about the money, Spider-Man. It's about the Mets, baby. It's about the Mets. That's so fucking goofy, man, dude.
Many years. Goliath Ventures, founded in 2019. Goliath Ventures is a global private equity firm focused on blockchain, founded by Chris. You can go search them, Goliath Ventures, Inc.com to learn more about them. They'll be at the Vault Conference all over the place.
Yeah, he said those guys would be all over the place,
And these guys literally admitted to being fucking scammers, man. Dude, you can't make this shit up with fucking PBD. Like, it's so fucking silly, man.
he was right. Now, before, we didn't really know exactly how much this cost. We knew it must be significant, but this was used as a huge, social proof that Christopher Delgado was someone to be trusted. After all, presumably not just anyone can be a title sponsor of this prestigious entrepreneurship event, right? This was brought up by this guy who interviewed Christopher Delgado, basically, hey, you're friends with, Patrick.
And also, yeah, I mean, just as Coffeezilla is about to say, hey, PBD is seen as, a legitimizing factor in a lot of these, sort of circles, I guess, for lack of a better term. He is seen as someone with having a bunch of clout. He is seen as someone with a bunch of respect. Quote unquote respect. I don't think you should have any respect for Patrick Bet-David, but whatever. That's a differing sort of problem, I guess, for lack of a better term. But hey, I mean, scammers are gonna scam. I mean, scammers of a feather are gonna flock together. I mean, fucking PBD is a scammer. He loves to fucking scam people constantly. It's not really surprising that he would shack up with a differing fucking scammer in Chris Delgado, who unironically admitted to the shit he was doing on fucking camera. It's one of those things where it's just brother, why are you admitting this on camera in a news segment without a lawyer? Bro, what are you doing? This is rule 1 is being immediately fucking violated here. It's so fucking goofy, man.
Bet David.
On social media, I follow him very closely. The private jet. You see the celebrities. You see Patrick Bet David standing next to you at the Yankee Stadium.
Of course.
My trailer park.
Oh, who is that? You see Patrick Bet David. He's being used clearly as a,
man.
Christopher Delgado is rubbing shoulders with the right guys, okay? So imagine my surprise. All of
He's the
this
right guy,
unwinds,
folks.
you know, Christopher Delgado gets arrested, $328 million Ponzi scheme. It was all a lie. The Vault 2025 #1 title sponsor was a big fraud that was trying to steal people's money.
Oops.
And then I see this on a Channel 9 Investigates segment. This is Darlene Jones. Guess who we see come up as one of the big payments that Goliath Ventures made?
$1 million.
Please tell me it's Patrick Bet David's fucking podcast. Please tell me that's the case.
To this long list of organizations across Central Florida. Some of the largest donations went to Equity Estates, Bet David.
Dude, that's fucking awesome. Dude, they lobbied for fucking PBD's approval. Dude, I wonder what PBD's fucking consulting company even does right now. Are they like one of those like SEO hawk organizations or some shit or whatever? Dude, that's fucking it's fucking hilarious, man.
David Consulting.
Look at that! 1 million smackies to go be the title sponsor at the Vault conference. Or at least that's what it looks like. Maybe he was just paying for this photo. I don't really know. And my key question to the Patrick Bet David group, to Valuetainment, is are y'all paying that money back? You shouldn't be letting yourself be used as social proof for a Ponzi scheme. You know, I would think that would be a bad thing. I would think that would be a problem. You know, I think that's...
Listen, what Coffeezilla here is saying is correct. It makes a lot of sense. The problem is that, I mean, this is pretty much PBD's fucking wheelhouse. He loves scamming. He loves scamming about as much as the fucking next guy. That's like one of his main fucking shticks, let's be honest here. He loves to fucking scam. Loves that shit. So... I don't know. It really is. It's one of those situations to me where it's just like, oh, PBD did a bunch of like dumbass fucking scamming, and he's like a fucking weirdo who scammed a bunch of people. I mean, like, it's one of those things where it's like I'm not shocked by this whatsoever, dude. Like, nah, I am not shocked about this whatsoever. So, you know, PBD also wanted to take part of a fucking Ponzi scheme. You know, whatever. Tomato, tomato, potato, potato. If there's money to be made, there's money to be made. Very, very cool.
Be something you would address if they're your title sponsor, 2025, $1 million. You'd think you'd want to put that to bed immediately and say, hey, we don't want this basically blood money. So that was my question to Patrick Bet David, among others. I said, hey, Patrick.
I have bad news, Coffeezilla. I don't think PBD really cares because with him, it's a pattern of behavior. But hey, well, what do I know?
Reaching out because the title sponsor of last year's Vault conference was a fraud. Wanted to ask you for comment about this as I
Fraud.
would likely address it in more detail. I asked him, you know, how well he knew Chris Delgado, if he's planning to return the revenue for the sponsorship
It was a fraud,
to the Ponzi
folks.
scheme victims. And this is an important point because I said, seems like even charities Goliath sent money to may be asked to turn the money over. So this is a very sad aspect of this Ponzi scheme. Is Christopher Delgado, you know, part of what he used as social proof was that he was also donating to charities like Runway to Hope. And reportedly, some of those...
That's fucking pretty sad, though. Yeah, because it's a bunch of Ponzi money. It's all made by fraud, so they may have to return the fucking... That's fucking unfortunate. Damn, this motherfucker also scammed a bunch of charities so he could get fucking social proof that he's not a scammer. But yeah, this guy's, man, this dude's a real piece of work. But then again, like, if I recall correctly, fucking... Patrick Bet David's not exactly, like, the sharpest tool in the shed, especially when it comes to, like, takes on fucking charity. But then again, we are talking about PBD here.
Organizations are going to actually have to return the money back. Like, they're going to have to claw that money back to give it to the Ponzi scheme victims, which is really sad given that most of them probably spent the money. I'm guessing these charities need the money a lot more than Patrick Bet David does. So, you know, I think it's pretty important he addresses whether they're going to give the money back. We haven't heard back. I reached out also via email, you know, hey, address this, guys. You have to, seems pretty obvious, and you probably should apologize for your association. Because previously, you know, Patrick Bet David was actually asked about none other than yours truly. About, you know, hey, Coffeezilla, we did an interview with Patrick Bet David where I confronted him on his MLM ties. That's, you know, where he made a lot of his money. And he said that he was unafraid to answer, you know, these questions, these key questions. Otherwise, why would he go on my show?
Of course. Do you think if I was worried
He's unafraid, guys. Now, I do recall watching this Jubilee exact... I think this is the Jubilee that ended up getting me a fucking copyright strike from them. So fuck you, Jubilee, bastards. But I do believe that, yes, I recall this correctly. And what did Patrick Bet David essentially do? He basically ducked and didn't really answer the question whatsoever. Because again, he probably knows in the inner part of his fucking subconscious that his dumbass is probably fucking guilty. I wouldn't be surprised that if Patrick Bet David might be involved with the Cars for Kids scam. Now, there's no evidence for that, of course, whatsoever. But, I mean, seems like the type of guy, obviously.
About my business model, I would go on Coffeezilla. What do you think? Do you
I think that it's
if I
not really
was-
capitalist.
Hang on a second. Do you think if I was worried about my business model, I would go on Coffeezilla? They were actually very strong when they came back after me. We had a 2-hour conversation.
Yes.
We finished it. It was good to go. We moved on.
So there it is. He's not afraid to, answer the hard questions. Well, I mean, here's another hard question, I guess. Give the money back. In fact, Patrick Bet David was even recently subpoenaed in this case. So it's very likely he's going to have to turn over the records anyways. It's very obvious that they're probably going to have to turn back the money. I think they just should take credit for it now. They eventually will likely have to do it anyways. But I think they need to go a step further and say, hey, here's how we're not going to let this happen in the future. Go into our Vault Conference, our title sponsor. Here's how we're not going to allow a Ponzi scheme to be the title sponsor again. And ultimately, this guy needs to apologize. I mean, for a guy dogged by, accusations.
Sorry, he can't really apologize. That's not very valuetainment of you there, Coffeezilla. Apologizing? That's for lip cucks to do. Come on, man. You should know this.
About his MLM past. To then get $1 million from a Ponzi scheme, you can't just ignore that and pretend it didn't happen. You have to address it. You have to say, hey, if my name was used to get you into this Ponzi scheme, I apologize. Here's the due diligence we're going to do going forward. And let's be clear, you directly shilled this Goliath Ventures Inc., even shouted out the website on your podcast. You got to apologize for all of that. I mean, as a minimum, you can
Listen, that's not very valuetainment of you at all, Coffeezilla. Like, what do you mean? Like, why should Patrick Bet David ever fucking apologize? Come on, we all know this. That's not very valuetainment oriented of you. God, it's so funny. I mean, like, it's constant, like, patterns of behavior like this, ultimately, that should be fucking criticized. And this is the same thing I said with, like, the whole Sykkuno drama as well. The biggest problem is the fact that this was a repeated pattern of behavior. This is something that was constantly going on over and over and over again. So it's just like, okay, like, we need to basically figure out, well, not figure out, we basically just need to understand that some people should just not be dealt with whatsoever, or should not have any deals with them whatsoever, because it's just like, dude, Buddy kept fucking doing this pattern of behavior over and over and over again, especially with, like, Patrick Bet David, right? Who knows what the fuck's going on with, like, half the bullshit he's got sort of, like, going on in his, like, enterprises or whatever, for lack of a better term. This jabroni is made it very, very clear that he just does not give really much of a flying fuck about any of the behaviors, shall we say, that he's generally speaking sort of engaging with. That's definitely for certain.
Expect in a situation like this. I mean, to be clear, there's no evidence that Patrick Bet David knew at the time he took this money that it was a Ponzi scheme. But also, if you just look at the business model for even half a second, it was obvious these things were unsustainable. So I think it was more of a case of how much was this really looked into? How much of Christopher Delgado's past was really looked at before accepting the money? And this is the problem, actually, that goes to a lot.
Okay, that's a good question there by Coffeezilla. Now, I'm somewhat aware of Patrick Bet David's sort of, like, shenanigans and a lot of the people that he kind of has around him. I guarantee you he did not look into any of this whatsoever. I'm willing to just say that. I have no problem whatsoever saying that. I don't think Patrick Bet David looked into any details about this case at all, right? Patrick Bet David doesn't really seem to be the kind of dude who cares about, shall we say, people's credibility in a fucking space. Let's just say that.
A lot of these entrepreneurship conferences, right? They sell this audience, and who lines up in the doorway of a lot of these sponsorships? A lot of times, the people trying to get your money are not the most savory individuals, and the people running the events will often not take much accountability for it, which is actually a pretty insane business model when you think about it, that you're basically being sold as a product to sponsors. But then if you actually look at the cost of just attending this Vault conference, it's not cheap. They're selling $16,000 tickets. And for the 2025 guys, they paid a lot of money.
And that was almost sold out? What the fuck are they even doing at this conference to pay 17 fucking grand for, bro? What the fuck is the CEO jerk off sesh or some shit? Like, brother, I better get like some primo fucking service if I'm paying that much for, I don't know, like to sit around with the fucking boys, just like I don't know, like jerking off in a fucking corner or something. Like, what the fuck is this? What are they doing at this fucking conference that they're paying 17 fucking like G's for, bro. Jesus fucking Christ.
Got pitched by a Ponzi scheme in the middle of it as the title sponsor. So yeah, I think
Yeah, well,
payback and an apology is the minimum that can be done here. I think it's just something they have to address. And if Patrick Bet-David says, hey, I've got nothing to hide, I'm going to talk to Coffeezilla about my MLM business, I think you should talk about the Ponzi scheme that was the title sponsor. But so far, it's been radio silence on my end, so I just wanted to address this. I think it's despicable, obviously, what Chris Delgado did. But also, there's a lot of people who need to be looking in the mirror right now and saying, hey,
yes, it's a really good point that you bring up their armor and quills. Yes, like with a lot of these MLMs, yes, the lavishness is the point. I've also noticed this as well as a sort of a pattern of behavior that a lot, because it's all about an act, right? They have to make themselves look as legitimate as possible, right? Because in the back of their minds, they know they are not legitimate businesses, right? They know they're fucking full of shit. So they have to put on the whole facade to make it look like they are legitimate fucking businesses. It's the exact same shit that happened with this, with Chris Delgado here in, the venture group as well. The private equity firm that he was fucking running. And it's just like, a lot of these guys, they have to put up an act constantly, because if you take a look into any of the details of the shady shit that's going down, you can definitely see like, oh, there's a bunch of fuck shit going on here, and I should try to get the hell out of this, right? It's really fucking bad. Yes, 1000% armor and quills. A lot of people would fucking make rather poor financial decisions because of shit like this.
How did we take this guy's money, and what are we going to do to make it right?
Yes, as well as private equity firms. But here, we have the confrontation by Coffeezilla as well. A confrontation, of course. I guess Patrick Bet-David responded to Coffeezilla's sort of like, not demands, but asked him want to fucking talk. Because I listen, Patrick Bet-David is many things, but he's definitely not one to try to, let's just say, shy away from a potential conversation to make some fucking content. Let's take a look at this.
Update. Patrick Bet-David reached out to me shortly after I posted saying that he has to apologize. He should address the whole Christopher Delgado situation. That video is here. I uploaded it because I thought it is not going to make sense what we're talking about unless you have that context. He immediately gave me said, hey, look, I want to call. So I'm posting this video immediately afterwards.
Your DM didn't show up, eh, Patrick Bet-David? Sure. Okay, bro.
My call with Patrick Bet-David. I addressed the apology. You know, you should apologize for taking this guy on, this Ponzi scheme. You promoted it. You'll hear me talk about the $1 million. Say, hey, can you commit right now to getting this money back to the victims of the scheme? And finally, I asked him, what he has to say to the, people who go to his Vault conference and want answers. Okay, just confirming that I'm recording starting now. This is Patrick Bet-David. We're talking about the Vault conference sponsored the Goliath Ventures. Look, ultimately, the big question is this. One, are you returning the $1 million paid to your consulting company back to the receivership, back to the victims? And two, I think, look, a lot of people got hurt in this. You were the number one, probably, credibility person in this. How does that feel? I mean, are you going to apologize? Are you going to address it, publicly? I think people want to know. People look to you, as this entrepreneurship guy. It's frankly a bad look.
Yeah, so first of all, you hate to see things like this. Hate to see things like this that happens. And every once in a while, this takes place. When an issue like this comes up.
Uh-oh, the call's gone.
What? Call just dropped?
Call dropped.
Hold on, let me call him back. Patrick!
It's not a good start. I mean, the call probably just dropped. It's fine.
How's it going?
Okay, I'm good now. I'm in the backyard. Service is good. Go for it.
We're back. Okay, so just to recap the question, you've got $1 million coming to you from Goliath Ventures. And first of all, I'd like to know where that money's going. Secondly, a lot of people got hurt by this. You were the number one voice of credibility in all of this, kind of putting this guy on, so to speak. I mean, what do you have to say to people who lost money? I mean, do you apologize to them? What can you do to make it right? All these questions.
Yeah, so look, all valid questions. This is, typically when we do sponsorship, if you know anything about me, Steven, I hate doing sponsorships. We stopped doing sponsorships on the podcast 2 years ago.
Okay, so that's already a lie. He has I mean technically speaking it's his own platform, but he has this platform called Manect, right? He does sponsorships with that. Now
That's
you could
a bunch of malarkey.
Yeah, it is a bunch of malarkey. I mean, I guess you could make the technical argument saying like, well, that's Patrick's own sort of platform. So can you really say that it is that you are being honest, Daho, when you're saying that Patrick Bet Davids does sponsors still? It's like, well, that's not exactly how that works out, right? I mean, I guess that technically speaking could be made to look worse. I mean, whatever. So PBD is already immediately lying where he says that he does not take sponsorships anymore when he obviously fucking does. Like, we've seen the sponsors before. He still has sponsorships. He definitely still does that shit. Like, I think the immediate question is like, why are we immediately starting off with a lie, big bro? Like, that's not a good look, man.
Because of this exact reason. We literally stopped. It's probably cost us $15 to $20 million of sponsorship the last 2 years. The only place we've taken sponsorship money for, outside of the basic YouTube AdSense that you get, that you're accustomed to it as well, we do the events. So if I do a Vol conference, there's a moment for networking and people set up their booth. And so this guy came to the Vol conference for the last 4 years. And at the end of it, one of my reps comes up to me. I've never spoken to him. We've seen him at the event, typically with everybody else. And he says he wants to be the title sponsor. Okay, great. He goes through the whole thing. We go through the background that our legal team does. Obviously, we make reference calls. We call others to see what they can say about him, and we call people that we had known for 10 plus years.
Nobody flagged him. Nobody flagged him. Like 4 to 5% a year, or a month. I'm sorry.
No, it's a fair question. It's the most disappointing thing. Not one person that's done business with him flagged him. Okay.
That is fucking shocking. Then, okay, that could mean one of fucking two things. Either PBD's team is kind of incompetent, which is entirely possible. We have seen the people who talk on PBD's show. They are not exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. Yes, zero accountability, but then again, that's like pretty standard for PBD, but whatever. So far, what? So, no accountability. Couldn't fucking flag him. He talked to the bunch of people he knew on his side that he's known for, as he said, like years, if not decades. That's a little fucking surprising to me. But I mean, again, it's PBD, man. Like, he himself has already a bunch of like shady ass bullshit when it comes to all of his like bullshit with his own fucking MLM and whatnot. I'm not really surprised that, scammers of a feather like to flock together. It's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, bro, like, I am not really shocked whatsoever that PBD might not have exactly the best barometer to be able to sniff out actual, like, potential fucking scammers and stuff. I mean, it's a very, very common thing that happens. Like, it's really, really common. Especially with a lot of fucking scammers, generally speaking. They, generally speaking, will have, like, just a inability to sort of, like, detect a bunch of bullshit. Not detect a bunch of bullshit, or see what bullshit that they could potentially get away with. Or part of it is also not be able to detect certain stuff as well. I mean, Patrick Bet David he is kind of fucking stupid. So, I mean, yeah.
And so then we say, great, let's go through the sponsorship. Now, when you do sponsorship, you have to deliver on stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So meaning we have to set up the booth. We have to set up all these different places where people walk up to them, these 20 by 30, 30 by 30, 40 by 40 booths that you create for them, that they have an opportunity for people to go through. So we flew in. Typically, when somebody becomes a sponsor, we fly in, we meet them in Vegas, and then we show them, or whatever hotel we're going to be at, and we'll say, hey, here's your location. You're the title sponsor. We're going to put it here.
Wait, I thought they met at Yankee Stadium. Was it this? Okay, hold on. Wait, do the fucking does Las Vegas have a fucking baseball team that I'm unaware of now or something? He was at Yankees fucking stadium. I'm sensing a bit of an inconsistency here in his fucking story, which that's got my sussy meter kind of going. Kind of sussy amugus.
And then, their logo's going to be in different places, but it's not a endorsement. So it's not like I endorse. It's a sponsorship.
It does feel like an endorsement, though.
You're right. No, you're right. I agree. And by the way, again, we learn. So for us, we said we're going to do two, what do you call it?
He's learning, guys.
The Vault Conference is brought to you by Goliath. Okay, so we did that a couple times because that was part of the title sponsor. By the way, we've changed our entire title.
Yeah, I don't think so either,
If it's not like a Fortune, 2000 company, we don't even want to entertain it. Because sometimes the best way is to make sure other investors.
Wait, what? If it's not a Fortune 2000 fucking company? Wait, what? But, okay, so... Is Goliath Ventures a Fortune 2000 company? What? Huh? Well, that's news to me. If that were the case there, Patrick. I don't know, guys. This is really not fucking passing the spell check, dude. Yes, he has, I don't think he's really answered any of the questions so far, to be honest, Zane. And, because this is a standard of a lot of Patrick Bet David, for example. He loves to just stall around and not really answer any fucking questions. This is normal. This is very, very normal. He loves to stall around and just constantly just ask a bunch of, like, clarifying questions to see if he can fucking weasel out of a situation. Because, again, he is he's a bit of a fucking sussy scammer.
Have vetted him, and listen, in this space, there's a lot of risk in any of the space you get into.
Right, but he's the title sponsor. This is just last year. This isn't like 5 years ago. And it was 3 endorsements. You know, at one point it sounded like an ad read. You're like, the 3 pillars are this. It like read like ad copy the way you're reading it.
No, we never did endorsement. We said it's sponsored. And
wait, what? So it wasn't an endorsement? Okay, now I'm even more suspicious. So it was an endorsement, but he was the title sponsor for your own conference that you had like tickets for like $17,000 for. Did you just not vet any of this or something? Like, what are we doing here? Yes, again, like I said before, this is the Patrick Bet David sort of standard where he will, because he often says a lot of stuff that makes him optically look really, really bad. He will be very, very Weasley with a lot of his fucking terms.
by the way, just so you know, there's certain things I can't talk about. There's certain things I can because we're cooperating with the federal authorities and we're having meetings with them. We're having conversations with them. All of this stuff will be public. We've learned.
You've been subpoenaed, right? Like you have been subpoenaed, correct?
Of course, absolutely.
So are you going to turn the money over? That seems to be an important question.
That's the conversation we're in right now, and you will hear all about it when the decision is made.
Mm-hmm. Well, what decision? I feel like we can make a decision now and do a good thing. You know,
Steven, I know what you're doing. The part that you don't know about the way I do business, you know, I don't avoid you. Meaning, if you and I did something together many years, I'm not a guy that's going to be sitting there running, avoiding. When we make mistakes, we'll call it out. When we do things that is right, you know, great, we're celebrated. This is not one of the things that we're celebrating. We're not happy about this, and we're doing a lot of things behind closed doors. The part that, I'll give you one part that I think it's important to know, and for your audience to know, the part that a lot of people, they're concerned with, and I'm talking specifically the authorities, is the people that we're working with them getting paid big money. Those are the ones that they're targeting in a big way. We've not, like, this wasn't a, you know how sometimes you do certain crypto deals and it's like, hey, affiliate, you're going to get this much money for this affiliate. Zero. We didn't accept nothing like that. So there isn't, hey, we're going to pay you an additional.
Wait, but I thought the whole thing with Goliath Ventures is that they were a bunch of crypto guys. So now these guys are not crypto guys or something? I'm sensing a bit of an inconsistency here. Just a little bit of one.
No, 10% on whatever that's done. Zero.
I'm not avoiding you. I just won't answer you. Yeah, exactly, Zane.
But you got paid the million, right? And so, and look, I'm not. I know it sounds like I'm trying to put you on the spot. I'm not. It just seems like you're gonna have to fork it over eventually for the receivership, anyways. Like so many people lost money. It seems like an easy win, you know.
And that's the part where, you know, that's the part where I'm in right now. You gotta respect that part that I'm going with. I gave you the respect of getting on a call with you and giving you the information. The information will come out.
No, I appreciate it. So you're not sure whether you're paying the money back yet or not. You're having those conversations.
But here's the other part that you also don't know.
Guys, we're having a bunch of conversations to have some more conversations to have even more conversations, guys. Guys, we're just gonna be talking a little bit, guys. It's just some talks, man. It's just like, okay, bro. Nice meme.
We don't know if we're doing other things with the conversations we're having with others. There's a lot of different things that we're doing that's not public. The only thing you know is the stuff that you're hearing.
Okay.
What we have to do right now is individually, as we're going through this, as a matter of fact, I'll make a commitment to you. Once everything is finalized with this, you'll be the first phone call that I'll make to share with you because over the years you've been fair to me and I respect the fact that we have this relationship. I think you do a very good job. This was definitely not a good
look. Dude, that's fucking hilarious that he would say that. Oh my lord. He's trying to save face right now because I think Patrick Bet David knows in the back of his mind he's potentially being sold up shit creek right now, right? And he's potentially trying to find a way out for the fact that I may have had my conference be sponsored. The title sponsor of my fucking conference may have been a fucking Ponzi scheme, guys.
Not happy about this ourselves. I take 100% of responsibility as the face of this company, and we have to get better next time. We just do.
Right. So obviously y'all are about to run the Vault Conference again. You know, it might be a reasonable concern. You know, people.
Guess what? You want to know something? We're about to run the Vault Conference again, and we don't have a title sponsor for this exact reason.
Because you were worried about it, or nobody coughed up the million?
No, not because we don't have people that don't want to be title.
Okay.
Not because we don't have people that don't want to be title. Because as you run a company and you go through building a business, one of my previous companies, you and I talked about, I sold it 4 years ago, you're going to make a lot of business as an operator. You have to make adjustments and improve. You just do. And so for us, as we sat there with our team and our executive team, we said, what do we need to do for this not to happen again? Well, guess what? The criteria of becoming a title sponsor just became more difficult. And so it's not something that we spend a lot of money on this event. This is not like an event that we do that is a small event. There's a lot of hard costs for the event. But it changed the guidelines. It changed the guidelines on who we're going with, and we'll entertain different levels of sponsors. But even right now, the lowest level of sponsorship, we're declining, I would say 50% of people that are wanting to become
Okay, so you're adjusting the sponsorship guidelines after this kind of debacle.
Absolutely.
So you're thinking about the 1 million, you know, maybe not. You said you're having some other conversations. What about an apology? I know it's usually not that you're not the type, but I think, you know, given the context,
an
you're
apology.
the biggest name. I mean, like, I cannot overstate this guy. I talked to a lot of the victims in this case. You know, a lot of people, they come in, they see a big name like yours. It's just immediate trust, right? They say, hey, it's Patrick Bet David. I know that guy. He wouldn't be.
Dude, okay, I'll just say this real quick. Like, why the fuck does anyone immediately trust someone like Patrick Bet David? I have to ask this fucking question. Like, he has such a fucking history of, like, sussy dealings and sussy actions all the time. I just don't get it. Like, it's one of those situations where you just want to look at it and you just, like, I don't know, you just hand out a bunch of fell for it again awards to a bunch of, like, just really, really easily dupable, like, morons or something. Like, that's, I think, the thing that pisses me off the most about these sort of, like, situations constantly. It's just like, how the fuck do you like, why do people just keep falling for it? I just don't understand. I think that's, like, the thing that always just irritates me the most about this stuff. It's just like, amazing. Yeah, amazing. Very, very cool. Thank you, Jesse. Very, very cool. Every single time, like, there are multiple scandals and instances of Patrick Bet David doing all of this, like, sussy behavior and fucking actions. But for some reason, people just want to keep working with him. And, like, okay, I'm saying this all rather rhetorically. They keep working with him because they want to try to get away with it. That's kind of the point, right? And honestly, that's, like, the most insidious part about all this fucking behavior. It's the fact that a bunch of people are just like, drat, we didn't get away with our illegal actions this time. What if we try to work with the exact same set of guys again, or whatever the fuck, and try to get away with it with a different scheme this time? And that's, like, I think the biggest fucking problem with all of this. Oh, man. I'm very sneezy right now and stuff.
At the Yankee Stadium with this guy, if it was nothing, it wouldn't be the Vault title conference, you know. Guy. So, to those people, to the people who may have invested because they saw your name attached, you know, what do you have to say to them?
Yeah, and again, fair question. This is what I'll tell you. When you and I become investors, and I'll call a guy that's a guy I respect a lot. He's a billionaire, and he's done a lot of deals. And he'll introduce me to a deal.
So many deals.
And I'll get into it and I'll put whatever, $5 million, $2 million, $500,000, $100,000. It doesn't go right. I'm the risk taker. Okay, I'm the risk taker that chose to invest into that deal. The onus is with me, the individual that chose to take the risk. So I took the risk of accepting this guy as the title sponsor. At that time, we didn't find anything. For me to apologize, it's apologizing for a mistake he made. No, what could we have done to find something else?
Wait, that's not how any of the... Dude, I fucked you in the ass for, like, literally no reason. But it's not up to me to apologize. You're the one who decided to take the deal. Like, why would I have to accept any responsibility for any of my actions? Dude, that's fucking hilarious, bro.
Else. There was nothing else to find what the guy was doing.
Well, the whole pitch of Goliath was 3 to 5% a month. That's just unsustainable. You know that. I know that. Like, everybody knows, 3 to 5% a month. That doesn't happen.
There are quite a few guys in the space that do that in a way that's worked for them, that are slightly more conservative. But again, for us, when we're sitting down...
Wait, what? A 5 to 6% like constant fucking return on an investment? And he's trying to say like, I mean, there's guys who've done it before and it's like slightly more conservative. Then it wouldn't be 5 to 6%. Patrick, do you know what the term conservative means? I don't think... Wait, chat. Does he know? Maybe Patrick just doesn't know. Maybe he has no idea.
Who? Who? I don't even know who. No, I don't think that's true. I have to push back on that.
Not at a 3 to 5%, but this is not an abnormal model.
It's totally no. The pitch he was making was abnormal. When he actually looked at the pitch he was making, it was completely abnormal. It was not a normal hedge fund.
If you let me finish, I'll tell you my perspective.
Yeah.
This form is not abnormal. The numbers he chose was abnormal. I think the more now we think about it, what this guy was relying on is the following. This is my speculation, and you can you can take an angle with it or not. I think this guy was hoping that Bitcoin was going to go to $250,000 and he was going to get away with it, and it didn't. And it ended up, putting him in the situation he is right now for $328 million. This guy's going to be facing, many years of prison time. This is not a small little crime that he committed. So for us, if I were to tell you, hey, my guys knew, and we investigated this, and we knew everything about him, and we did, I would apologize. We did not know.
I don't think you're apologizing because you knew. I think you're apologizing for
he's not because he knew. He's trying to apologize to try to weasel out of the situation, which again, this is a consistent pattern of behavior here from I'm going to take Coffeezilla's thunder here a little bit. This is a consistent pattern of behavior here from Patrick Bet David, right? He's not going to apologize because he knows what he did was wrong. He got caught with his fucking pants down, and he's just like, ah, shit, fuck. Well, now I have to deal with this bullshit, right? He's not doing it because he wants to accept responsibility for his actions. He's doing it because he got caught, right? And he's just like, shit, now I have to do something about this.
Not doing the due diligence that someone of your stature...
I've already told you, Stephen, as a leader, the way I have gotten to where I'm at in my life right now, is as a leader, I take responsibility for the decisions we've made, and we have to get better when it comes down to this. So we've made the adjustment ourselves as a company, and we've had many conversations with many of the people, and trust me, it's been a lot of late night calls with a lot of different people to...
Oh, I'm sure,
as they're going
Patrick.
through this. This is not a pretty situation, but there is nothing we could have done on our end. If this would have happened, let's just say this happens.
But you could have just done more fucking rigorous checks. Like, there's so much you could have done. Why can't you just accept any responsibility for any of his actions? Like, guys, we couldn't do anything, right? We couldn't take a look into any of Goliath Adventures' sort of like actions or whatever. He fucking admitted to being a fucking scammer on not national television, in a fucking interview. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, I don't want to hear anything, cause Patrick Bet David, if I recall from that Jubilee fucking debate he was having, he was constantly talking about personal responsibility over and over and over again to a bunch of these quote-unquote lefty libcucks who never want to take responsibility for literally anything, right? Just like all these other fucking charlatans and dipshits, right? Who they guru advice on YouTube or whatever the fuck, saying here's how you can be a GigaJad based investor like me, invest in my dumbass fucking course or whatever, and it turns out to be almost 9.5 times out of 10 a fucking scam in of itself, but whatever. Party of personal responsibility, and Brody over here can never take any fucking personal responsibility for any of his actions. It's a little interesting, isn't it? It makes you think, doesn't it?
A week before the vault, a day before the vault, a month before the vault. We're not even going through with this, but it happened months after the vault, and there wasn't anything that we could have looked at to.
But you could have done all these checks. What do you mean there's nothing you could have done? There's so much you could have done. You have resources. You have agency. You could take decisions. Dude, what is with all these companies and people always immediately they fuck up something. They're forced to have to take responsibility for some of their actions, and they always turn into uwu small beans every fucking time, saying well, I couldn't take any responsibilities for my actions. I did a big boo-boo fuck up. But it's just bro, come on, man. Why does this always happen? Why is this a consistent pattern of behavior with these fucking jabronis, man?
say this was an issue. Again, remember, the part, like...
I think you could have looked at his pitch deck. Hold on, I just want to go back a second. There's a few things you said. I don't want to go too far without addressing a few. So you said, look, I think he was betting on Bitcoin going up. I mean, that's not true. He was just taking in wires to Coinbase. Well, I'll tell you. Yeah, I can tell you because I looked into it. So he was just taking in money to Coinbase and just paying out people. All his story about liquidity pools, all that wasn't true. It was just a straight up Ponzi scheme. You said, oh, there's, one thing you said is, look, I'm a leader. I have to own up to my mistake. Sometimes owning up to your mistakes is just apologizing. Again, it's not a gotcha. I really want to give you the platform because this is the first time you're addressing it to just say, hey, look, I'm not saying that you knew that it was a...
Listen, Patrick, but okay, here's the thing, right? What Coffeezilla is saying here, he's 1000% correct, by the way. 1000% correct, right? Like, the bare minimum that you should expect out of someone in this particular instance is just like, listen, I'm not like asking anything from you. I'm not like trying to take an arm or a leg from you or whatever. Just say sorry for the fact that you fell for a dude who was pushing a fucking Ponzi scheme. Like, that's it. Just say sorry. Just apologize. Take some form of responsibility for your actions, which I think is totally fair. Like, totally fair. It is what is to be expected. But Patrick can't even do that. He can't do it because, again, Patrick Bet David likes to sort of like style himself as like one of these like super rich alpha bro, like big old like alpha bro types or whatever. Never apologize to the mob, never take responsibility for anything, but if you fuck up and there's a thing that you can basically, take any form of responsibility for, you should apologize for that. Apologies is very much so a very socially accepted and needed fucking thing. But yeah, like everyone is saying in chat, ego. And Patrick Bet David has quite the ego.
Ponzi scheme. It was. The returns were completely unrealistic. You said that yourself. I mean, if someone can't rely on you to do that due diligence, it's just kind of like, you're kind of saying you messed up without saying it, though.
That's an unfair statement to make, but, you're doing
your
part. You asked me the questions, and I'm giving you my answer, and this is my answer to you.
Right.
Again, if I knew any of this stuff before, of course I have to apologize. If we knew any, and by the way, what's $1 million? Nothing to us.
So why not commit it, though? But why not commit
Okay,
it?
then why not just say, like, okay, well, yeah, we can definitely apologize. I definitely say sorry. I'll take responsibility for my actions, then. That shouldn't be difficult. That should be easy. But he can't do it. It's incredible.
Back to the people who lost money.
Let me make my point, what I mean by this. The $1 million is spent for an event. If we knew a second before the event, this is what's going on, of course we're taking...
Dude, he can't take responsibility for anything. The ego. It's just the ego, man. That's like the thing. Honestly, I think like the biggest reason why a lot of people have problems with individuals, especially like Patrick Bet David, is just the ego. The fact that this guy is just completely incapable of wanting to ever take any responsibility for the actions of what he obviously did as a fuck up. He just can't take responsibility for it whatsoever. Is I think like one of the more fucking frustrating things with a lot of people, especially. It's just like, dog, like, okay, I get it, you fucked up here or whatever. You didn't do the proper checks, yada yada yada. You have your fucking cope response, whatever. Yeah, cope and seethe, Jack. Blah 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 blah. They just take some responsibility, like personal responsibility. Because Patrick Bet David is definitely the type of dude who always pushes a lot of the dumbass, annoying, like yee ass guru shit of
cope and seethe, Jack.
Thank you, Sam. Of hey, you need to make sure that you are personally responsible with your finances. Blah blah blah. I mean, it's like the same shit with like that Caleb Hammer guy. Fucking hate that dude. It's the same shit with like Kevin O'Dreary or Kevin O'Stinky. Kevin, one of the worst Canadians on the fucking planet. O'Leary. Alex Royvoss disavows, of course. Pepe. Like, what people want from these quote unquote fucking business leaders is to have them take just any kind. It's just like any kind of responsibility for their fucking actions. But for whatever fucking reason, and this is a very, very common pattern of behavior with a lot of these guys, they never seem to be able to do it. It's a little strange, guys. It's a little weird.
In a different position. But we didn't know, Stephen. It's that simple.
Oh, sure, man.
It sounds to me, though, like you're like, hey, look, we spent the money on the event. Too bad, so sad to the people who lost all their money.
That's not what I'm saying. No, I sympathize with everybody. I've lost money. I don't get to where
Sure,
I
man.
haven't lost money many
Did you lose money with Chris Delgado?
I didn't invest to lose money. None. And by the way, Stephen, remember this part as well. This is very important for you to share with your audience. Valuetainment got started since 2013, okay? It's very important for you to know this. From 2013 till today, talk about, we run a consulting firm. I have different companies that I'm running under my holding company. The Vault Conference, speaking fees that I get, everything that we do. How much money do you think has gone in my personal pocket? Meaning, how much money do you think every year I've taken off the table or I pay myself a salary from all my holding companies outside of the insurance company that I sold? What do you think the number is?
I don't see how this is relevant.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, what is the point of bringing this up? Like, but again, the reason why PBD does this is it's the jibber jabber. It's jibber jabber. It's pure fucking jibber jabber, right? That's what he's doing. Pure fucking jibber jabber. Like, he's just trying to throw a bunch of fucking bullshit. Or I think there's another term for it. I think it's also it could also be called sea lioning, I think. But the as the kids would say, the term is called jibber jabber, right? Just throw a bunch of random bullshit at the wall, see what fucking sticks, right? To essentially just divert attention away from the main point. And that is the fact that Coffeezilla is saying, like, okay, listen, I get all the stuff that you're saying here. You didn't recognize this. You didn't know what was going on with this stuff, blah, 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 blah. Just like, we're just asking for you to take some responsibility for your actions. Just have a recognition of, hey, I fucked up here, right? I made a mistake as the leader of this company or whatever the fuck, right? Like, why filibuster at this point? Why not just take any sort of like understand, like make any form of like understanding whatsoever, or have a sort of like principled sort of stance on the position that you have to take any form of like accountability for. It's just why fucking lie, and not lie, but like talk about a bunch of other bullshit right now that just has really no relevance to anything whatsoever. Yeah, bro is just yapping. He's trying to like throw Coffeezilla off of the scent here, but it's not really working. Coffeezilla is not really the type of guy to get thrown off of the scent like this. I mean, he's done this consistently now. He's like a professional at this. He's very, very good at what he does in terms of the exposés that he does in terms of a lot of these like scams and Ponzi schemes and all this fucking bullshit, right? Like, he knows that what Patrick Bet David is essentially trying to do here is he's just trying to yap his way out of, well, essentially being caught. Like, you know, caught, you know, spam the caught emote and fucking chat, blah, 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 blah. Because he knows, in the back of his mind, he got fucking caught out, right? That this was a bunch of bullshit. But unfortunately, Patrick Bet David is incapable of, I guess, and this is mostly his ego coming into play here. He's wholeheartedly incapable of taking any sort of like responsibilities for that. So it's just like, okay, bro, like, bleh. You know, why take responsibility? Try to like distance and see if I can like weasel my way out of this. Like, well, we'll just take responsibility, bro. Just like say you're sorry. Say you fucked up somewhere. You didn't do the proper vetting. You didn't do the proper work or whatever. And just say you're sorry. Like, that's like literally all that most people are going to be asking. And that would be fair. It's like, okay, that's fair enough, whatever. And obviously there has to probably be whatever happens within the subpoenas, whatever happens in court in terms of the returning of the money. But I think at the very least, if a lot of these charity companies are being expected to have to return the money, so should fucking Patrick Bet David. I think that's also fair as well.
You and I both know the way you structure your wealth for tax purposes is a wide variety of ways. So if you tell me it's $0, then it doesn't really.
Question, and I'm giving you the argument for this for you to know, because you said something, and I'm defending that position. Here's the position. Every year, no matter how much money the company makes, I've chosen to not take any money off the table. Meaning none of this money comes back in my pocket. 100% of the money is reinvested in what we're doing. I don't take an income.
Of course.
So I know to the public it seems like this is...
Okay, Patrick, the only reason why you don't take an income is for tax purposes, so you don't pay as much in taxes, buddy. Like, he thinks he's slick with this, man. He ain't fucking slick. You ain't fucking slick. You ain't slick with this.
You know what? You make the money. I didn't make the money. The money's in the business.
Yeah, but you own the business, though. You own the business, which has the money. But you and I both know. Look, I have an S corp as well, Patrick, and I can play this game. Oh, I took X. I didn't choose to take this from the business. A lot of those are just accounting structural reasons, or hey, you're reinvesting it in the business because you expect to make more in the future. To me, you got to get to the point of, look, ultimately, the money that was paid to you, this is the critical thing that I just want to, kind of ask you very directly about. The money that was paid to you was not Chris's money, okay? If it was Chris's money, I would understand. It was other people's money. He had stolen the money. It's stolen money you have, or your business, David Consulting has.
There's a part of this that I shared with you respectfully. I said, I have to go through certain conversations I'm having with them, and you're jumping the gun. And I said to you, there's...
Oh, isn't that fucking convenient? Yeah, he's, Coffeezilla's jumping the gun. He's making all these, like, fucking widespread accusations and whatnot. Oh, why are you saying all this stuff, Coffeezilla, against humble little old PBD? Yeah, okay, bro. Like, nice fucking goddamn meme. Yeah, it's so fucking stupid, man. Ridiculous. What is this, Fox of Fate?
You are coping and seething.
Real.
What you're seeing, yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding.
True and that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true.
Coping and seething.
Cope and seethe, Jack.
He's coping and fucking seething, Jack.
Certain things I cannot talk to you about. This is one of them. The moment we get through the radio, the first phone call we're making.
I'd love to be.
One question, to address the one question.
I would love that, folks.
If we knew any information before, I wouldn't hesitate to apologize, but we didn't.
But your due diligence failed, and you recognize that. That's what you would apologize for. I'm not saying you're apologizing for knowing it's a Ponzi scheme.
I will gladly. I've already said to you. I man up on the mistake that we have to do a better job with due diligence.
Right, but
wait, but why don't you just do that now? Like, say, like, yeah, listen, I understand. I was sold the fucking, yeah, of course, he can't talk right now, guys. Yeah, that's why he's definitely not running. Of course, yeah, that's true, Zane. Like, okay, you could just take response. You could just do it right now. Okay, it's so easy. Just be like, yeah, listen, we didn't do good enough. I apologize to all the people who may have fell for this fucking Ponzi scheme. I apologize that I pushed this guy. Like, it'd be so easy. Done, no problem, easy. But he can't do it. He can't do it. Can't take responsibility for any of his actions. No. Patrick Bet David, responsibility, actions? Nah.
You're manning up on the mistake. You're manning up on, hey, we got to do better. But you're stopping short of saying, hey, I apologize for not doing better before.
You're fairly a reasonable guy.
Yeah.
Do you think if I found anything, do you think this is worth it to me to go through this? Do you think it's worth it to me to have Steven on Coffeezilla make a video and I'm getting video saying, hey, what charity do you have that you're getting? Do you think it's worth it for me to do this?
Dude, fucking, oh no, woe is me. What do you think that I want people to make a bunch of videos on me? It's like, no, that's not the point, dumbass. People just want you to take responsibility because, like you said yourself, Patrick Bet David, ultimately the buck stops with you. And for some reason, for whatever reason, it's like, you can't fucking do it. That's the problem that people are having specifically. It's like, yeah, why are you running? Why are you running? Very, very fucking funny.
You think the juice is worth it? Like, you think if I knew this is who this guy was, I would have done this? What do you, Steven, respectfully, your opinion.
That's not the fucking point, man. Like, people are just asking for you to take responsibility for your actions. That's it. I think that's like the only thing that Coffeezilla is specifically asking for. It's just like, listen, man, I understand. Like, listen, all these things can happen, blah, 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 whatever. Your vetting didn't go as well as you thought. Okay, sure, whatever. That's fine. Just take some responsibility. I think that's all that most people are going to be asking for. But he can't do it. Mostly probably because he doesn't really care all that much.
Do you think if I knew this guy was fraud, I'd take the money from him? Your opinion.
I think there were insufficient, checks on this. And you agree with that?
Question, though. You're right, they did. Now I know.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you is the question, and see if you can, at least I've been fair with you, see if you can be fair with me.
Sure.
Do you really think if I knew this guy's a criminal, I would have taken it?
That's a little awkward.
Give me the credit there, at least.
Oh, sorry.
Do you think it...
Sorry. Sorry, my alarm just went off. Sorry about that. No, I don't. I don't think that if you had known, I don't think if you had known, you would have done it. I don't think you knew. I never said I thought you knew. I said, look, You promoted a guy multiple times, turns out to run a Ponzi scheme. I'd be so, you know, and I sense you have some, you know, kind of like embarrassment. You don't like it, but I just don't understand why it's stopping short of, hey, it just seems like the full mea culpa is not.
Okay, well, here's the thing, right? And what Coffeezilla is saying here, technically speaking, like, he's saying this in, like, the sort of, like, optically sort of, like, palpable way, but I don't give a fuck about the optically sort of palpable way. The only reason why Patrick Bet-David is basically running in the way that he is because, again, it's all about the ego with him, right? This is all fucking ego shit. Pure fucking ego is what essentially Patrick Bet-David is running off of here, right? He knows at this point he's caught out. He got caught with his fucking pants down. This is a really, really bad look for him, right? It's not great. Like he got subpoenaed by the fucking feds and shit, right? And he knows that he's fucking cooked. He's fucking cooked, right? And he's got some explaining to do, potentially, to some... to the fucking feds because of a fucking subpoena, which is kind of crazy.
There, and I just don't really...
What is this on Discord, you sensei? Yes. This is very, very true, Zane. It is exactly this.
Really understand why. It just seems like, hey, this is the platform to address it. Kind of just, you know, it seems like you have plenty of money. Your company has plenty of money.
I already did address it with you. Yeah, this is going to end up costing me more than $1 million, just so you know that. Like, this is not going to. I'm not winning here in any way. Okay, because
I'm not winning, folks.
Last year, I can't even take any sponsorship money for title this year. So imagine how much it's cost me to take that guy last year and hire lawyers this year. This has not made my life any better. In no way. It's just become a lot of noise. And
woe is me.
So I think we should put it to bed. I think it's, yeah, I think you should, I think there's a very clear path to putting this whole thing to bed, saying, hey, look, I've improved my, you know, my policies going forward. We're going to make it tougher to be a title sponsor. I paid back the money, and I'm sorry.
Just apologize. That's it. That's it. You can just apologize. You can just say you're sorry. You fucked up. You done goofed. And that's that. That would be the easiest thing to do. Done. Be done and dusted. You will no longer have any issues. He just can't do it, man. He can't do it.
All right, sorry to the people who invested. I mean, you know, and I feel it's kind of silly because I feel like in some ways I'm advocating for your fans who might have been there and invested. Really, it's not my. I don't think it was probably a lot of the people who watch me that probably were invested. I think it's your fans. That's kind of why I'm surprised. The pushback.
And I appreciate that. Trust me, nobody cares about my fans more than I do. And I'm telling my fans, trust me. The people who don't, there's nothing I can do about them. But the people that have been with us for year after year after year, if they know why they keep coming back, is people trust us. The way we make decisions. If we knew anything a day before that this was going to happen, I would have never taken this money, ever. And if I did, I would have, of course, apologized. But for me to apologize means I knew who he was and I did this. No.
Or you failed to do the due diligence.
Or you just didn't do your due diligence.
The due diligence didn't show up any red flag for us to see.
Their business model made no sense. I mean, look. I'll be honest. Let me be transparent.
Like, yeah, I mean, at this point, like, as Coffeezilla is saying, it's like, okay, then you're just like incompetent. Like, are you just an idiot? Now, we have gone over some of, like, we've gone through debates that Patrick Bet-David has had, specifically on Jubilee. Yeah, he is an idiot. Like, he is a just like your standard like yee ass guru type, right? Like very, very fucking shady. Like you sit there and you genuinely ask yourself a lot of questions type shit constantly. You're just like, is a lot of the stuff that's going on here above board and legal, right? And that's like a question that you constantly ask yourself with like someone like Patrick Bet-David, who is a perennial sort of like scammer, right? Like, he ran an MLM that he fucking sold for millions of dollars, yada, yada, yada. Most MLMs, of course, tend to be scams. Should be really go without saying, blah, 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 blah. Not to say that Patrick Bet-David specifically is his MLM was like a scam or whatever. I have no evidence to indicate that that is the case, but generally speaking, a lot of the cases with MLMs is that they do tend to be scams, blah, 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 blah. And for whatever reason, like, Patrick Bet-David just like, oh, you know what? Responsibility for the actions that I took? What's that? I can't be taking any responsibilities for anything whatsoever. What? I have no idea. I can't fucking do that. That's just so hard, guys. And it's just like, okay, brother. Like, nice fucking meme, dude. Like, okay, bro. Nice meme.
about my backstory with this whole case, because maybe you
The
did.
only thing I will tell you is I can continue this conversation. I literally just landed. I'm in my 3-piece suit. If you want to FaceTime me, sitting by the water. My kids are waiting for me to go in. It's my daughter's 10-year-old birthday yesterday, and I'm on the phone with you. So if you can keep it to 5 minutes, I'll go 5 minutes with you. And then please.
Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes is fine. No,
Sure.
I'll just give you some backstory on this case. Okay, so I got sent this case by somebody. You know, it was very quick to understand, you know, that this was a ridiculous
bullshit.
Ponzi scheme. Okay, this wasn't a complicated fraud. As soon as I got the, you know, his marketing information, as soon as I got a hold of the pitch, it was very clear what they were doing. So that's why that part of it's failing for me. As far as you're saying, look, you know,
You can have that opinion. And by the way, maybe next
You
time
can have that opinion, brother. Based off of the explanation, now obviously I think there's a larger Coffeezilla video that explains into all of this, right? We can probably stick that in the description. Brother, like, it's pretty fucking clear. He admitted himself live on fucking camera that it was also a fucking Ponzi scheme. Yet here's Patrick Bet-David saying like, well, you know, I have no idea. Like, I mean, people are saying that it's like a thing, blah, 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 blah. Me taking responsibility for any of my actions? No, me, Patrick Bet-David? No, of course not. It's like, okay, brother, like... And people wonder why I get so frustrated with these, like, fucking billionaire hacks all the time. And very, very rich hacks consistently.
the message to you, and you bill me. So I don't have to deal with something like this. You think I want to deal with something? If you have this service, for me, I would send every one of my...
I think it's going to be $1 million. I think it's going to be $1 million. I'm joking. Look.
So funny.
No, so listen. To wrap, look, I think you've addressed it in the way you want to address it. Final thoughts to you, Patrick. You know, looking back on this whole thing, I don't imagine you'll address it many more times. So, last opportunity to say what you want to say about Chris Delgado and, you know, its impact on you.
It's listen, it's so disappointing to say the least. Very
Sure.
disappointing to say the least. You would have thought this guy's doing the right thing and put us in a situation like this that we have to explain ourselves. And in life, I try to set the example for my kids to never put yourself in a situation that you have to explain a bad decision you made. Do it more on the front end. And all we're doing right now is find a way for this to never happen again. And by the way, again, it's important for you to know this, Steven.
Okay, who wants to make a bet? All right, I'm willing to throw this out here. Who wants to make the bet that something like this is gonna happen again with Patrick Bet-David? Man, dude. Because again, like, pattern of behavior, man. This is not the first time that's happened with him before. And again, patterns of behavior. Things tend to repeat themselves constantly, especially with someone like Patrick Bet-David, who keeps seeming to have like these strange, like things with scams happen over and over and over again. It's a little weird, guys. It's a little weird.
You're a guy that does proper due diligence. Go back and watch my last 2 years of podcast. I don't know how long it's been. Maybe it's a little over 2 years. We've not taken a penny on sponsorship for 2 years on our podcast because this is exactly what I didn't want to deal with. Remember when, what is the SPF thing that happened with...
FTX.
Oh, FTX. Yeah, when the FTX thing happened and everybody was like, oh, he took $15 million. Oh, he took $3.5 million. Oh, he took this. I went to my guys. I said, guys, I don't want sponsorship money. And so our strategy changed where we said, we're going to do sponsorship of products that we run because I'll take responsibility for product that I'm running because I'm the CEO.
Okay, quick question there, though, because I'm looking at your show right now. It says Kalshi on your thing, the sports betting, well, they do prediction markets, Kalshi/PBD. Are you guys partnered with them, and what's that about?
Well, remember, Kalshi is not my, what do you call it, title sponsor. They're a platinum sponsor for the Ball Conference. And remember...
Patrick, what happened? What happened to not taking any fucking sponsors? Dude, that's so fucking funny, man. Oh my god. He can't just help himself from fucking lying, bro. That's incredible.
I told you. We said we're going Fortune 1000, Fortune 2000. I don't have a problem going with companies that have names, but I'm not going to go with companies that are not names. And Kalshi happens to be a company...
Okay, I was just misunderstanding it because you said you didn't do sponsors on your show.
True.
No. Kalshi is a vault sponsor, and a part of it is the podcast. So if you come to the conference, you would see a massive booth for them because they're one of the platinum sponsors.
Okay.
And also,
very convenient.
They have to be an established company. They're an $11 billion company that's a well-known company out there in the marketplace. And me having a podcast and I'm always talking about politics and we talk. Are
you into the gambling stuff? I mean, I don't want to go too long, but are you into the gambling? You push that now, or
not? If you know my profile, I'm not a gambler. I'm not a guy that gambles.
Okay.
These odds nowadays.
Okay, you're not a fucking gambler, yet you have a fucking what? Yet you have a fucking sponsorship and you have shit with specifically Kalshi, dude, which is explicitly about every fucking time with these people, man. Every fucking time.
They tell you more insights. You know, nowadays these poly markets and Kalshis are more effective than polls.
Well, you know, like 85%.
Guys, I'm totally not sponsored, hey. But, you know, we could definitely say that Polymarket and Kalshi are more effective than fucking polling. Sure, Patrick, yeah, whatever. Whatever it takes for you to continue huffing that copium there, buddy.
Their betting is sports gambling. You know that.
85% of betting is
Their volume, sorry.
It's a form of betting, but for us, it's more for the political side. It's more on the political side where, you know, they do, these companies are now doing stuff with CNN, with Fox, with others because it's politics. Everyone's, well, who do you think's going to win? We like I said to you, we don't look at polls anymore. Anyway, Steven.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
Which is why your fucking political analysis is as terrible as it is, Patrick. You know, might want to do something about that there, bud. Like, if you're wondering why people, like, say in the, like, Majority Report or a bunch of other people generally speaking, make fun of you guys, it's because of that. It's because you decide to be like, oh, you know, Polymarket and all these other, like, dude bro fucking weird. Yeah, sure, fuck it. Yeah, who cares? You know, we love Polymarket. We love all this fucking, you know, weirdo sort of like gambling sponsorships and stuff. Yeah, you know, come in. No problem, guys. Yeah, totally. Great. Fantastic.
You, Patrick. Listen, you got on this on short notice. You appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
He just, okay, I mean... Yeah, I'm not really surprised at all that was his fucking face. Yeah, but he took, like, literally no responsibility for any of his actions. Period, end of story. Like, not willing to accept culpability for any of the actions that he has between himself and the Ponzi scheme whatsoever. It kept constantly trying to deflect over and over and over again. And, should we really be surprised at all about the fact that, Patrick Bet David unironically just did not want to sort of like accept any of the consequences of the fucking actions that he took by accepting this as like one of his fucking title sponsors? No, not at all. I mean, this is like the Patrick Bet David sort of like special here. Like, I'm not really surprised about this behavior or action whatsoever. I mean, this is like his fucking standard right here. But I'm not really surprised by this whatsoever because... I mean, it's happened in the past before, and it's gonna fucking happen again. So, yeah, I mean, like, oh, whoa, shocker. Patrick Bet David's not gonna take any responsibility for the fact that he took a sussy Ponzi scheme sponsor, used that as his, like, main sort of, like, title sponsor for his, like, goofy-aw fucking conference, and he's not going to accept any of the responsibility for any of his fucking actions whatsoever, because, again... standard for a lot of these, like, gambling jabronis to not want to accept any culpability for any of their actions. It's a very, very consistent pattern of behavior with a lot of these dudes. But yeah, I don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides, oh, Patrick Bet David not taking responsibility for any of the actions he takes as a fucking creator or businessman or whatever. I, for one, am completely and utterly shocked. Well, given the fact that he streams to like maybe 500 viewers on Clay, on Rumble Clay, I don't think that's going to happen at any point in time soon for Tectone. Not gonna lie. He's gonna buy a gold bar and give it to one of his fucking viewers. Yeah, sure, buddy. I totally believe you there. Okay, so lead pellets. We need to make heavy shotgun shells, which means we need to fucking produce shotgun shells. That's crazy. And Ross, he also does gambling sponsored streams on... I mean, like, listen, the point of Kick is obviously it was meant to be all about the fucking gambling and sponsoring. Sponsoring of gambling and shit like that. I mean, we shouldn't be really surprised by that whatsoever. Like, yeah. Whoa, I for one am shocked. Am I going to make an assembly line for fucking shotgun shells? Oh my goodness. I think I am. Wow. You almost never use shotgun shells. They're very good. Okay, Boy Meets Mini, if you're there. Ah, he knows. Boy Meets Mini knows that they're good against nests, especially early on. Because if I recall how they work correctly, it's damage per projectile. Yeah, 12 times 8. 12, it's 12 shot, or it's like, so, okay, 12 gauge, right? So 12 pellets in a fucking shot, and 96 damage. Early in the game is really, really good against nests, which have like a couple hundred HP typically. So if you need to clear out some early game nests, because they're in a really inconvenient location, make a shotgun, make some shotgun shells. They're cheap, it's just copper and iron. And boom, bada bing, bada boom. That's how you kill nests in a pretty efficient way. Heavy shotgun shells, so double the damage, eh? I don't know how much of stuff I need. But for this, yeah, we need to be able to produce caloric fuel, water, chlorine, Esotwax type paste. So we make that locally because we already are getting a bunch of sprouts. And just making this shit normally is pretty inexpensive. Just water. We also need water, and this is all made in an acid working plant. And heavy shotgun shells. These are just made in normal assembly machines. So we'll just basically tell the lead pellets, we'll just, because we already get the lead pellets from here, we're just gonna slurp them. We're just gonna slurp them. That should be more than enough. Now, now that's a name I've not heard in a long time, is Mitch Jones. But yes, I have heard of the Twitch capping viewership sort of thing. I have heard of that stuff. Alright. Replace these bad boys. The heavy shotgun shells. Which means we need more copper.
Put this.
Thank you. Oh, wow. This did not take as many shotgun shells as I thought it would. Oh, we can have productivity modules in these. Hello. Yes, please. Probably some dumbass loophole. Or Twitch pussied out or something. I don't know. I have no idea. Now we don't make enough shotgun shells. Definitely make enough lead pellets, though. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna fucking put this. Pop, 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 pop. Listen, if Tectone wants to do something as dumb as, like, give a gold bar to one of his fucking goddamn viewers, whatever. That's one of the least dumb things that dumbass has fucking done. It's like, alright, buddy, you have fun with that. You have fun financing all that. In the meanwhile, you have to deal with your wedding where you've been selling a bunch of shit to pay for it. Yikes. Alright, that's heavy shotgun shells. Everything for it except the lead pellets. Oh, it's a crack. Okay, so the next thing we also need to make is chlorane. So we need to make chlorane to prep for the science pack. Esho to wax type paste, which is going to be made locally. So it's not difficult. It's very cheap actually to make that stuff. Or I can just drag it over from the current line that I have. So I can do either that or that. And the caloric fuel, which we also need. Not only to feed the machine, but also to make science. You know, a lot of it. not really surprised by that at all, Clay. Rumble is a weird problem or a weird platform. They don't have half of what YouTube has in terms of content creators, and also music and TV shows and movies. I mean, it's just another Counter Fitzgerald like fucking holding corporation. That's all that it is. Counter Fitzgerald Holding Corporation number 6. That's what it is. That's all. What's a search up? Like CD collections and what came back the results as financial CDs. It's not in any form of physical media. Not surprising. I wanted to get just this stuff going. Hydrogen gas. More like hydrogen ass. I got some Tylenol. I'll be fine. It's just my nose is stuffy. That's really about it. Stuffy nose. Eat the end of the world. this also needs the caloric fuel. I don't have any Alka-Seltzer. But Tylenol Cold and Science has been doing just fine. All right. I just need to bring in a bunch of hydrogen. I'm about to sneeze. Ugh. Just want to get these pellets going and these shotgun shells going. Then we'll stop with the Factorios because we got plenty of more stuff to talk about. I don't need pumps. Ugh, God damn it. Well, I did stick 2 more engines onto you, so you definitely move a lot faster. Well, a bit faster. The fuck is Operation Epic Furious? It sounds like some fucking Fast and Furious bullshit. I'm about to get a fucking lecture about family from the fucking Dawn. The fuck is that? No, I ain't heard. Yes, we will be talking about the protests. For sure. Trump satire game, eh? Ain't nothing but a bunch of stone in here. What the heck? That'll self-correct eventually. I guess I should have put the stone on a separate line to avoid jams. Because this is not ideal. Okay, I have a way to remedy this. I know what you're talking about, Clay. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Maybe I'll mention it. I don't even know. We'll get to it. We just need to take care of this problem first. Okay, that should make you flow again. Right, now we have to deal with all the fucking nutrients. Or all the... splooge. What's up, Ascension? This is clearly not old school RuneScape. Yes. No. Sure, man. Totally. Sure, man. Totally. Also, one person at the protest called the Epstein files a hoax, and nobody cares. Said nobody cares about the Epstein files. I mean, technically speaking, hey, no problem, bros. Yeah, we're factoring some Oreos here. Yeah, Oreos are pretty alright. What was I waiting for? Pumps. I need pumps. I need pumps. I need pumps. That's what I was waiting for. I need pumps, pump hydrogen gas, and then make a bunch of products. Triple stuffed or emptied? Why are those the only two options? That's my question. Why not, like, I don't know if we have triple stuff, to be honest. In Canada. I mean, that is true. We do love our sprite texture work, don't we, folks? I also like Oreos. We don't tend to get a lot of the crazy Oreo flavors that the Americans tend to get up here in Canada. That's not happen very often. Yeah, mac and cheese is pretty good. Who doesn't like mac and cheese? Craft dinner? That's a Canadian thing right there. That's from Canada. Like us. Selena Gomez. I mean, we'll do that with, like, Canadian actors and singers every now and again. Thing with specifically, there's, like, in Tim Hortons, it's, there's, like, a Ryan Gosling, donut. It's, like, would you believe it or not, it's a round maple syrup. Whoa. Oh my god. How original. My goodness. Canadians and maple syrup. Crazy. All right. Nothing too ridiculous going on here. Lovely. Pumps. McDonald's here a while back had this promotion of the BTS meal. Their K-pop idol group in Korea. Oh boy. Everyone, you have to stan BTS. Why? Because the stans are insane. All I know is that chicken nugget meals in the US tend to be much cheaper than that in Canada. And I find it very annoying that that's the case. You guys pay so much less for chicken nuggies in comparison to us here in Canada. And I say, that's bullshit. Oh, that's a lot of stone. Oh, this is going to take a while to clear out. That's fine. It'll clear out eventually. Yeah, everything has chicken nuggets because it's a craze. Blah, 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 blah. Trends and shit. Blah, yada, yada, yada. We are not going to have caloric fuel, it seems, probably for a while. Which is annoying. Well. It'll be a trickle. The good thing about this system is that this system is self-regulating. It just depends on the amount of waste we can process. Clearly, it seems it's not enough. Okay. Now it should be fine. Hopefully. Just need acidophile lichen, and then we need nutrients. And then more mushrooms. Of which for some reason I seem to be low on. Which is annoying. Not good. that'll fix itself eventually. Eventually. It'll take some time, but it will. The paste. We don't want the paste because we need the paste to be as fresh as possible for the thing. The other shit is my ship here. It is almost here. Oh my god, it's got chicken tendies. We can invest our good boy points to get some tendies. My goodness. Oh my goodness, chicken tendies. Where the fuck are these pumps? There they are. Give me. Alright, that's 14k right there. Finally. Alright, lovely. Alright, these things are now all ready to go. We just need the caloric fuel, and then bada bing, bada boom. not producing enough sprouts? If I'm not, that's a bit of a problem. Also, this might be a bit of a problem. The amount of corrosive acids we're making. That is also another bit of a problem. That is also another bit of a problem. Because if we start having to constantly take damage in this area because of the corrosive acids and everything, that's not good. Not good. Not good. But we shall see eventually. Alright. Stop this for now. We have plenty of other stuff to talk about. It's 2 in the morning. Alright. I'm gonna grab some water. Then yap about more stuff that's in the fucking goddamn title. We have a lot to cover. Alright. I will be right back, gamers. Alright. Boo. Alright, close that stuff. Flip over to here. Flick that on. Ba-doop. All right. Let's get her started. Let's go. Let's go. We do. Yeah, Walmarts here have like daily bakeries and stuff and delis. Anyway, let's get started with this. So this has been something that's been going on in the rumor mill for the latter part of a couple of months at this point. Months? More like a couple of years at this current juncture. But it is soon going to be the United States' 250th birthday. Very, very cool. It's been a country for about 250 years. Inserts meme here about how empires last for about 250 years. Of course, it's not exactly how it is. It's a silly meme, yada, yada, yada. But there's always been these like rumors of like a UFC event on the White House lawn going to happen. Of course, the fight card itself is set on June 14th. And it's supposed to celebrate the marking of course, America's 250th birthday. With, of course, that being the same day as Trump's fucking goddamn birthday. Yeah, I shouldn't be really surprised about that whatsoever. We shouldn't be really surprised that this is the fucking case. I mean, Trump wants to do everything possible to, I don't know, like, celebrate himself as, like, great leader. Look at me, look at how beautiful and fantastic and great I am as a leader. Very, very cool. We love that. We love that shit so much. Would you believe it if it's not exactly going to be the sort of best? So besides the fact that the Hill goes into a little bit of details, talking about the connections that Trump has to the UFC, Dana White, I believe, is a close friend to the president, and I don't remember if he has like a sort of, not like an actual position with the administration, but like some kind of like special thing or some shit, some kind of like special title that ultimately means nothing. So obviously Dana White, Trump are good friends. Why? Because Trump likes to say that, oh, I'm a big fan of combat sports. I love combat sports. I love them. We all know that he almost had like a fucking makeout session for whatever reason with like a UFC fighter, which was really, really funny. Like, went up to the guy and said, like, you're like, oh, trust me, like, you get socked in the face all the time. You're still one of the most beautiful, fantastic looking people on the planet. You look so beautiful. You look so fucking great. Fantastic. Yada, yada, yada. Which is really, really fucking funny, dude. But yeah, I mean, like, all these, like, for example, jabronis with these UFC guys, these, like, manosphere types, they all really like UFC for, like, whatever reason. I don't know why. Something about, like, combat sports or some shit. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's silly. Who really cares about the reasoning for that? They've been in a close relationship with one another. Trump probably got a lot of these young men and manosphere types through all of the talks he did, specifically with the hyper-targeting of a lot of these like young men specifically. It's what helped him get into the presidency to begin with. So there's that. Yes, I do believe that Canada's a much older democracy. Not much older, but a bit older than the US, but that's mostly irrelevant, to be honest. But yeah, if I recall correctly, there's been some criticisms from some rather big fucking figures. Like, for example, Joe Rogan, not particularly impressed about this, saying, like, I don't like the idea of fighting outside at all. There are too many problems with it. In June in DC, we looked it up last year. The same day was 100 degrees. Yeah, it's... So, what Joe Rogan is probably saying here is that it's, given the fact that it's a non-controlled environment, the stage, I guess what the fear here that Joe Rogan has is whatever the material is for the stage where the octagon is, where the fights happen may potentially start to melt, which might be a bit of a problem because those stadiums, I believe, are very much so climate controlled, probably for good reasons, right? To make sure that if I were to take it, I'm not like an expert within UFC or whatever, so I'm going to sort of like guess the main reasoning for as to why that's the case is probably to make sure that the floor of the arena probably doesn't get like too slippery or whatever, so then like the fighters can have good footing or whatever. I'm only taking guesses. I'm not an expert. I don't pretend to be an expert. I don't really watch UFC all that much, but that's just my guess. Should be inside an air-controlled arena or air-conditioned arena, said Rogan, who also called the spectacle a gimmick and a security nightmare. Whoa, you're telling me that the president wanted a gimmick for his fucking 80th birthday? Who would have fucking thought? At first I thought that's not nice, the president told time. And then I realized it's a gimmick. Life is a gimmick if you think about it, right? But it's a good gimmick. It's something that will never happen again. Oh, okay. I mean, listen. We all know about like the hockey games outdoors and shit like that. There's always a lot of complications with that because winter conditions, blizzard conditions can sometimes really fuck the arena every now and again. Like given how ice tends to form, it can cause like uneven fucking surfaces on the ice, especially for hockey, which could be definitely a bit of a problem. But you know, that's a whole different fucking can of worms. So yeah. Trump getting some fucking pushback about this, which I find really, really funny from like people who are prominent voices in the sort of area. But what if I were to tell you that Trump buying $50,000 worth of stock in TKO Group Holdings, which is UFC's parent company, before heavily promoting the event at the White House? Yeah, this is probably mostly why he wanted to do it. There's like, you know, the whole like spectacle of it and whatnot. But yes, heat exhaustion. That's a very, very good point there, Clay. The fighters themselves could get a bunch of heat exhaustion, but whatever. If there's going to be a UFC fight, I mean, those guys will definitely work up a bit of a sweat, heat up, getting into a fight with that sort of like amount of athletic sort of engagement, for lack of a better term. Those guys are going to heat up, get real hot, may have heat exhaustion. That may be a bit of a problem as well, but whatever. But yeah, would it be surprising if Trump also tried to find a way to make money out of all of this? Because of course Trump tried to find a way to make money out of all of this with his $50,000 worth of stock for this dumbass fucking event that he just announced. Very, very fucking cool. But I guess there's some additional fucking trouble in this metaphorical sort of paradise that Trump is trying to do, but the Pentagon is now recruiting troops to appear as spectator at Trump's UFC event at the White House. Internal messages stipulate that military personnel must pay for their travel and meet strict physical requirements to be eligible. Really? Oh, because what, they're gonna pan the camera into the fucking goddamn a crowd. Gotta make sure there's no fat soldiers in the crowd or whatever. It would make us look really bad. Dude, that's so fucking funny, man. That's so fucking funny. I want to be a bit more surprised if those UFC fighters decide to pull out of the event. I mean, it's entirely possible that could happen, Clay, but maybe not. Who really knows? I mean, UFC fighters, given the amount of times they get punched in the head, aren't exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. I don't really blame them for that because they get punched in the head a bunch of times, but whatever. So I guess to fill out spots in the arena, the President Trump is apparently having a bunch of fucking jabronis or personnel, U.S. military personnel, in the stands for the UFC fight that they have to pay for themselves. That's so fucking funny. If I recall correctly, troops really don't get paid that much for being in military service. I mean, they do have lodging and food and all this other stuff paid for them, technically speaking. So it makes sense that a soldier would get paid less in comparison. But like, dog, how expensive are these tickets going to be for this fucking event if you're going to make the personnel themselves or something? It's a little interesting. Yeah, it's an open air venue, Clay. Yeah, and that's what like Joe Rogan is talking about, saying like, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a problem given like how hot it could be heat exhaustion, that's going to be an issue for sure. The stage itself could also have some problems as well. I mean, there's a whole bunch of differing hosts and issues with this whole sort of cockamamie idea that the president's hatching up here. I mean, it's very, very fucking silly. 50,000 a piece, I would expect, for these tickets? God damn. Soldiers are not going to be able to pay for that. They don't have enough money for that. Whatever. It's very, very fucking funny. Soldiers discount or whatever the fuck. Sure. But would you be surprised if there was even more problems with this whole sort of like 250th anniversary that Trump is trying to orchestrate? Yeah, a bunch of the artists that Trump invited for this concert are pulling out of the event. Some of them are citing that the fact that this is as partisan as it is. They were expecting this to be nonpartisan. But of course, Trump wants to do this for his own propagandistic purposes, blah, 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 blah. A bunch of them are just, they want absolutely nothing to do with the president, given the fact that he is as unpopular as it is. And these guys need to maintain their sort of prominence as fucking artists to be able to continue selling more, music and albums to people. And I don't know if you know about this with the president, but he is very, very fucking unpopular. So, of course... Would we all be surprised at all whatsoever that the president is not very happy about this? Yikes, dude. Yikes. Yeah, he lost Bret Michaels. That dude's one of the most patriotic people in the hair metal scene. Damn. That's crazy. Losing a bass patriot like Bret Michaels. I can't believe we did that. So, Trump is now announcing that he's going to have a rally there instead of having this concert, which I find really, really fucking funny. No, dude, it's like, I don't want so-called artists that get paid far too much money who aren't happy. I only want to be surrounded by happy people, smart people, successful people, and people who know how to win. It's just like, buddy, the reason why these guys are more than likely pulling out is because you're really unpopular and nobody wants anything to do with your goofy looking head ass. Like, here's the Trump Truth Social cope posting. Like, no, look at my massive cope post. Look at my massive cope post. I'm coping so hard. It's like, okay, bro. Nice fucking meme, dude. Like, who cares about any of the fucking bullshit he has to say here? It's all going to be the exact same fucking Dreck nonsense as expected from the president. Just massive fucking copium huff. But this wasn't the only fucking cope post. Oh, man. This one's a fucking doozy. Bro, what the fuck is this? I ain't reading all this. I ain't reading all this, bro. Absolutely the fuck not. So, again, another massive fucking cope post about what exactly? Oh, the Trump Kennedy Center. The Trump Kennedy Center, where millions of dollars of material, marble, furniture, steel, air conditioning, heating, and so much more was ordered, or soon to be ordered, with the end result being a structure that would be no longer be in a potential state of collapse, rusted, rotted, and rat and bug infested, to one that would be the finest anywhere in the world. So, a judge, I believe an Obama era judge, as he was saying here, Christopher Cooper, oh boy, basically blocked the president from putting his fucking name on the Kennedy Center. And we know why Trump specifically is trying to stick his name on a bunch of shit as much as he can. It's legacy building, right? He is very afraid in the back of his mind that he's probably going to die off, because he's old. And this is a thing that happens very, very common with a lot of these very old wannabe dictatorial sort of morons. Yeah, it wasn't infested, but whatever, he thinks that it is because his name is no longer on it, but whatever. Trump doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff. Also, literally everyone sued him for these actions, but whatever. He's just mad that his name is no longer on something. The thing with this specifically is the reason for as to why this is being written here by Trump is he's just mad about the fact that a federal judge Barack Obama appointed judge blocked the president from being able to add his name to the Kennedy Center. It was going to be the Trump Kennedy Center. The judge said, Lamau, no, you have to get like an act of Congress in order to be able to do this shit. You can't fucking do it. Cope and fucking seethe, blocked him, and he's throwing a hissy fit about it. Standard, it's very, very standard fucking Trump material here. And, we looked at this already. Oh, man. All right. Dying aside. All right. I had to die a little bit there. So I suppose in like more bad news for the fucking president, a federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to not only remove the name from the Kennedy Center, but I believe also, Trump also got blocked from shuttering the Kennedy Center, so he can't do any fuck shit with the Kennedy Center. Not anymore. And also in terms of another loss for the president in terms of court. He is his $1.8 billion slush fund, right? Also got fucking temporarily blocked from a federal judge as well, thus leading to also another massive cope post on Truth Social. Very, very fucking funny. So again, quick story on this. The Trump administration essentially like stopped a $1.8 billion lawsuit that the DOJ was carrying out against the IRS because allegedly an IRS employee leaked Trump's tax returns. Allegedly. There was a lawsuit into this, a $10 billion lawsuit, which the Trump administration was suing the IRS for, or Trump was suing the IRS for that specifically, because he's been trying to make sure that he's not a fucking tax cheat, so he can make himself look good, politically speaking, for his base. That's why he was doing this, right? It's all politics with him, specifically. And Trump has been trying to do everything possible to keep his tax returns silent, so he sued the IRS to stop the IRS from, or that employee in the IRS from leaking those, well, tax returns. There was a $1.8 billion fund for that specifically by the DOJ after the lawsuit got dropped because Trump said that now the IRS can no longer investigate any of the potential tax fraud and crimes that he is doing within like the IRS, any of the forms of like tax cheating. The IRS is no longer able to sort of investigate any of that, and as a byproduct, he has this extra $1.8 billion that he told Todd Blanche to administer, and he was just like, oh, yeah, Todd Blanche, how about we make this a slush fund that I have control of, this of course being Trump, and I'm just going to give it back to a bunch of January 6ers, you know, all those pedophiles and violent murderers and rapists who reoffended and ended up going to jail again. Like, unironically, there was a story about how one of these J6ers was raping a fucking 14-year-old. Yeah, that's who we're fucking dealing with here, people. Very, very upstanding American citizens, for lack of a better term. And now that has been temporarily blocked. I know the Democrats were basically suing the shit out of people. I know that Gavin Newsom said he was going to pass a law of a 100% tax of anyone who would claim that money. So get owned, J6ers. Like, unironically, the Trump administration is just like, we're going to give a bunch of money to people who are seditious conspiracists against the United States of America. Why? Because they were treated so unfairly by the Biden DOJ. It's like, no, they were plotting a coup to overturn the election and install you as a fucking dictator. You're just basically mad about the fact that the law was actually applied correctly in that fucking instance. And now he's also, I think, made like more massive fucking Truth Social posts, because he's been like on one recently with Truth Social posts, like grandpa got the fucking, I don't know, AI video generator and AI image generator and is just going crazy on fucking social media because of the fact that, I don't know, he's just mad about the fact that a bunch of federal judges are blocking a lot of his shit, and no one seems to want to go to his dumbass fucking concert and his dumbass fucking UFC fight as well, which a bunch of people are also criticizing. So I don't know, it's just a bunch of L's all around for the president of the United States, and he's definitely not fucking taking it well. Like, he has been on one. Like, a bunch of judges instituting a bunch of federal injunctions, blocking not only his slush fund, blocking, of course, his attempt to rename the fucking Kennedy Center, as well as there was like some other stuff that they were blocking as well. I think there was also a recent act passed within Congress saying that Trump can't move any equipment, any military equipment from Europe that's worth more than $500,000. That's also another thing that Congress is trying to also implement on Trump to limit the fact that he is trying to pull out a bunch of troops and equipment within Europe, within NATO and whatnot. And also the fact that, I mean, no one is going to be a big fan, I think in particular, of his like stupid ass UFC gimmick fight thing or something. Like, Joe Rogan was criticizing this shit, which I found to be really funny. And they're ordering a bunch of troops to, I don't know, join in on the fucking festivities, who have to pay for their own ticket. And who knows if they even have the money to be able to pay for that shit. Genuinely fucking hilarious. And his, like, dumbass fucking concert has also fallen apart. And he's announcing a Cope rally instead, which I find to be very, very fucking funny. That literally anything this guy tries to, like, I don't know, coordinate and try to plan an event over seems to just instantaneously fucking fall apart. So, I don't know, his dumbass, like, UFC fight stuff, who knows how many are going to be in attendance for that? Whatever, who really cares? His concert falling apart that he wanted, it's not going to be that. It's going to be replaced with some rally instead. And he's getting federal judges blocking multiple of the construction projects and slush funds that he has, that he's trying to essentially like distribute to a bunch of like his mega sort of like sycophantic weirdos. So overall, it's not going great for the president. Not going great. Like, a lot of stuff is just falling apart. A lot of the illegal sort of actions is not going well for him because of the fact that he is a very, very clear violator of the law. And it turns out a lot of people not particularly big fans of that. Who would have fucking thought? But yeah, I don't know. Cope and seethe, Jack, get owned, Trump, by the law or whatever the fuck. Take some responsibilities for your actions. He's not going to do that ever. And, well...
Cope and seethe, Jack.
There we go. That's what I was waiting for. Take the fucking L. Because it turns out a lot of people think that your ideas are cockamamie and stupid, and you're not really fucking popular. Like, on a fucking $1.8 billion to January 6ers, giving them to a bunch of, like, seditious conspiracists. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, bro. But whatever. Wouldn't expect anything less from this pedophilic, avaricious dipshit known as Donald Trump. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. All right. Take another one of these. Take care of that real quick. Oh, I just stuck a fucking lozenge in now. I can't drink water. Oh, it's a lozenge not gonna be as effective. Fuck. Alright.
Stupid fucking communist!
There you go, fucking got me.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist!
This is true. Fucking the woo woo post. Well, I guess while I'm sucking on a lozenge, I guess I could say real quick. Tomorrow there'll be no stream. Same with Monday and Tuesday, no stream. So we will be back this coming Wednesday. Or there will probably be no stream. Because I'll be back at home. And I will be there for about 3 weeks. Mom is going on vacation. Which means I need to hold down the fort and be there if there's any problems with the grandparents. Thank God. Shut your goofy ass up. Very cool. Thank goodness. Thank God. Very cool. All right. Should be good in terms of any potential for cough now. Let's get started with this stuff. Yeah, it's time for the fuck shit. Let's do this. Guys, did you know that conditions within ICE detention centers is really bad? Shocker, I know. Many instances of people dying in there. We have no idea what the numbers are, but we know that people are dying in there. People are getting sexually assaulted in ICE detention centers. We know that this is the fucking case. And we also know that very often that there are food with maggots in them. So basically completely inedible food. It's no different than just like I'll fucking say it, like a concentration fucking camp. Back in the ye olden days of 1930, okay? That's what they are doing with a lot of these ICE detention centers, and very often it's being run by private prisons. Specifically, the one that comes to mind is Geo Group, I believe, is the main one that runs most of these ICE detention halls. Daho, are you trying to tell me that there's an evil fucking corporation that, runs the fucking illegal camps? Yeah, illegal camps that are all over the place in the United States of America. Shocker, I know. But Jerry Nadler talking about this. Why don't we take a look?
A woman is pregnant in there.
I don't think it's Jerry
and
Nadler.
Not giving the right medical services that she deserves.
Yes, that's also another thing. If you say have like a particular health condition or a health problem, you will be denied fucking service. A lot of instances of the representatives of Congress have not been allowed to go in there. In fact, there have been instances. Yes, Daria Lisa is also running against this guy. That's true, Boy Meets Finny. And there are a lot of fucking instances of, I think, like state representatives being detained actively by ICE and arrested by ICE, even though technically speaking they are allowed to go in there. But Daho, it's federal property, so they can't go in there. Blah 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 blah. It's like, well, whatever happened to states' rights? That's a little interesting, but whatever. None of this matters to these people. Because they've also been denying federal representatives, members of fucking Congress, from also going in there to inspect and see what's going on with a lot of these facilities. Keep in mind, Alligator Alcatraz is gone. Or it's about to be gone, right? It turns out Florida doesn't have the money to be able to maintain that decrepit shithole of a attempt at a concentration camp. The Trump administration is so stupid they don't even know how to build camps anymore. It's fucking, I don't know, stupid? Yeah, stupid, dude. Yeah, Florida is a pretty rich state. They can't fucking do it. They can't maintain it. Fucking funny, isn't it, Boy Meets Finny? But yeah, turns out conditions in a lot of these places are really, really fucking bad. And the Trump administration wants to make sure that that is not revealed to the broader sort of public because it would make them look really bad.
The women there are under attack.
This is the recent one that everyone's having a lot of protests against, because there's a wave of protests specifically against Delaney Hall at the moment.
I saw my husband from the Visitation Chapel ramp get physically thrown inside the van by his ankles and his wrists. They threw him inside a van. That is not right.
Well, as we all know, the ICE has been sort of given carte blanche by not only the Trump administration, but also by the Supreme Court, saying that if they look a little too brown, now you can just grab them. Who really gives a shit, right? It's been made very, 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 very clear.
Company in charge, Geo, fails to meet the basic conditions necessary to protect our health and our lives. Food containing worms or in a state of decay. Unresolved issues, particularly the bathrooms, which are terrible and inhumane conditions. Ventilation problems. Serious health issues. Most people have a persistent flu with phlegm that won't go away. If you're sick, you have to submit a request that takes 2 weeks to be answered, or you never get a
2 weeks for a request to be sick? Dude, they unironically just want all the people to die in there of, like, disease and plague and, like, fucking malnutrition from inedible food. Like, bro. Like, I would love for, like, most of these, like, MAGA dipshit weirdos to somehow justify to me. It's just like, okay, in, like, what way is this not, like, a concentration camp? Because this is sounding very, very concentration campy. Or at the very least, the conditions are very much so the same.
Response at all. Nurses refuse to treat you right away. They only prescribe Tylenol for all ailments. The nurses...
Wait, I thought Tylenol gives people autism. What happened? Okay, dude.
Exact words were, and I quote, "We're not a pharmacy."
Who cares if you're a pharmacy or not? Even if they are quote-unquote fucking prisoners, there is some expectation of care that has to be maintained so they don't just start dying off in droves. But whatever. The whole point of all this, like, behavior from the Trump administration is the cruelty. The cruelty, fundamentally speaking, is the fucking point. So obviously, protests have started happening as a byproduct of this. Shouldn't be really surprising. Oh, man. Ugh. And if I recall correctly, I mean, this is not the first time this has happened. I think this is the second time we've examined, again, an instance of, like, state representatives of New Jersey getting detained by ICE for wanting to take a tour of the fucking facility, but getting denied that because of a bunch of bullshit reasoning, specifically from fucking ICE. And as a result, more and more protests are going on in there. We're getting more and more, like, witness testimony saying, like, yeah, it's really, really bad in there. Can we get some, like, fucking help, guys? But here, Trump administration's immigration crackdown now centered around the living conditions at Delaney Hall. This isn't the only place. 1,000-bed privately owned facility. They will soon have a dedicated protest zone outside. Oh boy. Current contention. Detainees have alleged inhumane conditions at Delaney Hall for months. But tensions escalated over Memorial Day weekend as hundreds of detainees went on hunger strikes to protest spoiled food and wretched conditions. Shouldn't be really surprising whatsoever, given the fact that the food is rotting. There's instances of maggots being in there as well. I mean, this is, like, unironic. Again, this has happened before in history. We can point to events in history where this has happened, where the conditions were equally as brutal. They just want a bunch of people to die from either malnutrition or fucking disease. That's the point, right? Because if they just die instead, we don't have to deal with the legal proceedings anymore. At least that's probably what the logic of the Trump administration is. Conditions are brutal, said Selena DeStefani, managing attorney and CEO of Nova Law Group, which represents people in the facility. People just sleep on the floor, overcrowded rooms, cold showers, no food, extremely cold in the cells with no blankets. DHS gave a different picture of what's happening inside Delaney Hall. No lawbreakers in the history of human civilization have been treated better than illegal aliens. They are provided 3 meals a day, medical care, and receive full due process. Acting Assistant Secretary Lauren Biss said Friday. Okay. Bit of a problem with that. There's something called laws that you have to follow. No administration is above the law. As much as pretend, or Trump likes to pretend that he's above the law, which is why he's mostly acting in this way. But there's a reason why people are having criticisms of you guys. It's because you guys are violating the law. Should be pretty fucking simple, right? Detainees with medical conditions such as cancer and diabetes can't access medical care, says Alex Minogue, another attorney at Nova Law Group. DHS also provides comprehensive medical care from the moment an alien enters ICE custody. Sure. Yeah, totally. Including medical, dental, and mental health services is available. As available. That's very convenient for you to say in a legal sense. Now, what if we just said that as available can just mean never? Because, I mean, we're saying it's as available, guys. It's as available, which means it's never going to be available. Okay, dude. Totally. Totally above board, guys. Access to medical appointments and 24-hour emergency care. Here's what the facility located on a busy arterial crowded with large commercial vehicles has looked last week. Some elected officials, including New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill, tried to see the conditions inside Delaney Hall for themselves over the holiday weekend, but were initially denied entry. Several officials have been allowed inside the facility. New Jersey Senator Andy Kim, a Democrat, spoke with detainees inside Delaney Hall Monday. When he emerged from this facility, the lawmaker found himself in a standoff between agents and protesters. Though Kim said he tried to bring the temperature down and calm both sides, he instead was briefly debilitated by pepper spray. I'm sorry to say, they fucking accidentally sprayed a Congress member. That's really, really cool. Sorry to say, Andy, there's no way you're going to make either side really calm down. ICE has constantly proven itself to be a bunch of impetuous wannabe fucking marauders. They are all wannabe rapists. They want to go out there and pillage and cause the suffering of a bunch of people. For what purpose exactly? Oh, just to say, fuck you, suck our dick, eat our shit. We hate you. We hate the American people. We don't give a fuck about the law. And we just hate all the immigrants, right? We just hate immigrants, even though most of the people we go after are not really immigrants. Shouldn't be really surprising whatsoever. But whatever, you know, who cares if we sort of just, I don't know, like get sprayed in the face or something. But sure, dude, whatever. Yeah, play the centrist game. You get the physical consequences of what you preach. Like, it's fairly obvious that ICE is just not interested in being a lawful organization. They do not care about the law. The administration has made it very, 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 very fucking clear that they do not give a fuck at all about the law within the United States or otherwise. They have made it very, 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 very clear that they do not give a shit about due process. They do not care about just like randomly just grabbing people off the street, violating multiple constitutional like amendments within the Constitution, and just acting like they are a secret police that's simply above the law. Why? Because of like the vice president having some like dumbass fucking schizophrenic interpretation of the law. Very, very cool. Influx of protesters and politicians has ebbed and flowed outside the razor wire clad building, with crowds swelling to the hundreds and shrinking to a handful. Altercations inside and out the facility. Several lawmakers received calls about reported violence against detainees inside the facility Thursday, which allegedly included pepper spray and physical force. DHS said staff responded to a physical fight involving detainees at Delaney Hall. Sure. In accordance with established ICE policies and their training, staff used a minimum amount of force to safely de-escalate the situation. Following the incident, all affected detainees were promptly evaluated by on-site medical personnel and were cleared with no serious injuries. Outside, the clash between protesters and federal agents became physical. I believe there have been a bunch of videos out there of the altercations between, of course, the federal police, ICE, of course, and also the protesters because of the fact of how much they despise the actions that are going on in Delaney Hall, where it's been made very, very fucking clear that these conditions are terrible, based off of what the Congress people are saying, based off of all the reporting as well, right? And people want to take some form of action in their own hands. And I've talked about this broader concept before. Now, obviously, I'm not a particular big fan of vigilante justice. However, right? People believe that they are the masters of their own fate. They believe that they are capable of dictating and being the masters of their own sort of positions and judgments and fate and whatnot, right? And if people are being broadly speaking told that, hey, everything's being done in accordance with the law, when that's obviously not the case, and the not only international law but law domestically speaking is being constantly fucking violated, people are more likely to want to take that matter into their own hands, because a lot of people believe that they see injustice, that the sort of mechanisms and systems in power are not doing anything to correct that, and as a result it's just like, well, now I have to go and try to do something about this. And this can sort of deteriorate in certain ways. It can become violent. There can be protests, yada, yada, yada. It obviously ultimately depends on the whole sort of conditions. It's the same thing that I say before. The reason why there are way more anti-Semitic attacks happening throughout the world is because of a lot of the actions that Israel is taking throughout the Middle East with their flagrant violations of international law, and the fact that no one seems to be doing anything about it, even though there have been constant UN Security Council votes condemning Israel from all their actions, except from two countries, that being Israel and the United States of America, who constantly fucking protects them. So people are starting to metaphorically, well, not metaphorically, but actually try to take something into their own hands. Not saying that's a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing. But it makes sense. Because eventually, you could only push people so far until they start trying to do something about it. That's essentially the point. I believe that, Mikey Sherrill gave, some press conferences, talk about people who have been arrested. A bunch of them have come out from, outside of the state. It makes sense that people are probably speaking, coming from outside the state. Where exactly from outside the state? Could be New York, for example, that a bunch of protest groups are going in there dedicated to disrupting or protesting ICE. That's a thing that fucking happens. Yada, yada, yada. You have to sort of see if they're operating within malicious intent. That's ultimately another question, but whatever. But outside the clash, it became physical. Governor Sherrill has refused to allow state police to assist our officers. Because I don't think it's really necessary. Not yet, I suppose. Because every dumbass fucking conservative is claiming it's a riot. It's not a riot. It's not. Just because there's physical altercations does not mean it's a riot, but whatever. Stupid. On Friday morning, workers from Geo Group, which operates Delaney Hall, painted yellow lines on the sidewalk and posted private property and no trespassing signs outside the facility's main entry points, where demonstrators have gathered for days. Telecommunications trucks have arrived. Work has been installing surveillance cameras. Friday afternoon, the governor announced New Jersey State Police would take over from ICE to establish a peaceful, protected protest zone outside the hall. DHS told CNN the state's announcement is a win for law and order. Sure, dude, whatever. While doubling down on their earlier statement that the governor had refused to allow state police to assist in ICE agents at the protests. Yeah, because it would not be a good look if state police were helping the Gestapo freaks, and she just got in as governor and wants nothing to do with ICE. Because nobody likes them. Yeah, nobody likes them. Mullins said in a statement Friday, thanking the governor for now allowing the New Jersey State Police to cooperate with us. The state police troopers, including someone horseback, clashed with protesters Friday night as the troopers tried to clear a path for vehicles to exit the facility. New Jersey Attorney General Jennifer Davenport said in a statement, a limited number did not comply with repeated requests to clear safe passage for the vehicles and took dangerous actions, including deploying fireworks and throwing gas canisters at law enforcement. Then that put everyone in harm's way. CNN reached out to the police, state police, and DHS for further details, including whether anyone was arrested. As DHS continues to push back against the allegations of inhumane living conditions, New Jersey's health department attempted to inspect the facility to conduct a public health and food safety inspection in response to reports and complaints about the conditions of the facility. Our team was denied the ability to conduct the full inspection of the facility and was allowed to conduct only a food service inspection. Shouldn't be really surprising. They want to do everything possible to cover up their shitty fucking actions. Depending on how the protests continue, DHS said they are considering pulling a CBP officers from duty at Newark Airport. Oh yeah, because they have a bunch of CBP officers still there. Because they want, like, immigration officers at all these international airports across the United States for some fucking reason. Okay, bro. Whatever, man. Stupid. Like, I think there was, like, wasn't there, like, an instance of Mark Wayne Mullen and Trump trying to make international flights stop with ICE officers for some reason? Yeah, man, that's really going to go over well in, like, LAX and a bunch of other places, dude. Totally, bro. Stupid. To assist agents outside Delaney Hall. Yeah, no international flights to blue states. Yeah, they're good luck enforcing that. A move that could lead to air travel delays. Oh yeah, the World Cup is about to begin, and they want to stop international flights to blue states, where most of the games are probably going to be held. But whatever. Stupid. A support ICE rally is planned for Saturday outside the facility. These images, what happened, honestly felt very familiar because we've seen it online, we've seen it on TV. To see it in person is surreal, said Kim. But what we see is, unfortunately, the normalization of this violence in America. Yeah, it shouldn't be really surprising. But, you know, we've been seeing a bunch of clashes happening all across this, well, Delaney Hall between protesters and, of course, federal police. Apparently, there was a quote-unquote left-wing activist who said, "I'll kill your whole fucking family. Your whole fucking family is dead. Your children, your wife, all dead." Now, are they a left-wing activist? Who the fuck knows? But they've all been detained, or they have been detained by FBI all the same. So that's pretty fucking great and fantastic. The feds randomly just gonna grab a protester who's yelling, yeah, sure, like violent things at the police officer. Could it be a threat? Potentially. We have no fucking idea if they're actually going to follow through with that. I think it's a lot of people who are particularly pissed with the actions of ICE. It is a threat. That is true, Boy Meets Mini. Are they actually going to follow up through with it? Probably not. I don't really think so. But does it warrant, like, FBI to fucking arrest and detain the guy? Probably not, but whatever. Like, these people don't really care about where it fucking comes from. Like, let's be honest here. Because no one would be saying this, for example, if ICE wasn't doing all the illegal actions that they were doing. But whatever. If we want to talk about, yeah, like you said, Boy Meets Mini, who is more violent by comparison, it's going to be the ICE officer. Abso-fucking-lutely. But anywho, acting AG Todd Blanche, in a small Fox News segment. Why don't we take a look?
I'll kill your whole family! Your whole family's dead! Come on! Children, your wife, all dead! Punch it! My boy! I have your face, mother! You're dead! Dead!
We see his face.
I wonder why that guy might be particularly pissed. The fact that these impetuous marauders just act with sheer impunity to just, like, run around and just, like, randomly kidnap people off the streets, making these communities fucking worse. Wonder why that guy... Because, again, like, is that a violent threat against a federal officer? Yes. Absolutely. But you need to understand, this is coming from a particular place.
And I promise you, we will find him. And when we find him, we will arrest him, because it is a crime not only to threaten law enforcement, but not surprisingly to threaten their family as well.
Whoa, shocker. Who would have thought? Oh, they're going to crack down on that. Sure, dude. Whatever. And obviously, we have seen instances of fucking pro-ICE fucking counter protesters. Very, very cool. Yeah, like, listen, this dude's, like, yelling threats at a guy. Meanwhile, we have J6 rioters, like, doing, like, harmful bodily injuries, like, permanent fucking injuries to Capitol Police officers. But whatever. Do the Republicans care about that fucking sheer hypocrisy? No, obviously not. Like, there's no standards with these people. But I guess there's also a bunch of fucking losers, of course, who decide to be like, we support ICE. A lot of fucking whiteys. Very, very white. Very non-melanated. I'm seeing a very, very distinct lack of melanin in this, like, collection of fucking sycophantic weirdos and dipshits who are being pro-ICE. I wonder why these collection of very old and white people... I'm going to say it again. Old and white people may be pro-ICE. Oh, because they're, like, propagandized cultists and they're incapable of using their brain for themselves. Who would have fucking thought? I suppose the final fucking meme in the entirety of this, shall we say, saga. Now, what if I were to tell you Hassan Piker was also there as well? Whoa. Oh my goodness. A high-profile protest that Hassan Piker is going there to, well... film and sort of record and, well, I don't know, check out for lack of a better term. He mostly just, like, walked around. I think he did an interview with a local candidate running in New Jersey. I don't know if they're a local candidate in that area. I think he did a rally with them as well. Just, like, you know, doing, like, normal fucking politics shit, right? Participating in the protest as one does with their First Amendment rights and whatnot. But should we really be surprised that there's, like, some... literal 3 IQ fucking Redditors who decide to come out and talk about fucking Collargate for fuck's sake and yell at Hassan for fucking dumbass Collargate? Sure, man. Like, very, very cool. Adam Hombaway. Thank you, Boydsmith. That's who Hassan was stumping for.
You can't entertain them at all, otherwise they just start making things up, you know?
What do we expect?
Oh yeah, there's also been like a bunch of reporters also wanting to interview Hassan, because keep in mind, Hassan was recently served a subpoena, although apparently, from what I've heard from Hassan himself, so far he's not received any letter confirming anything about a subpoena. So could it just be the administration saying a bunch of fuck shit? Because the only people who have reported on there being a subpoena against Hassan Piker was Fox News, and we know that Fox News, there's people within Fox News in complete cahoots with the Trump administration, so they could just be feeding a bunch of like stories and false information to Fox News for what purpose exactly? Oh, to try to freak Hassan out and to not report on anything, any of the criminal actions that the administration takes within various locations, whether it be abroad or domestically, of course. Because of the fact that they don't want to be scrutinized by anyone whatsoever. But it's okay. I mean, we have like 3 IQ morons like yelling about Collargate or whatever, and like trying to ask him about the Cuban government, if he's worked with the Cuban government, because apparently there was some clip that looked incriminating. I don't even know. I don't even remember what the fucking clip said. It's probably a fucking nothing burger, but like whatever. I would love to see any of the evidence that these people have sort of conjured up, like bank statements or anything, or checks that he has received from the fucking Cuban government, if he's like an asset of the fucking Cuban government. But whatever, like one random fucking clip from a podcast or his podcast, and it's just like, all right, man, therefore he must be working with the Cuban government. But whatever, these people are fucking stupid and all just like eternally mind raped by commentary slop channels or like Ethan Klein or fucking Destiny, whatever, stupid.
A sense of charitability, but
no.
Hassan, it turns out
with the Cuban government.
Do you guys have a vehicle out here that we can
Hassan,
take
can I
advantage of?
got it over there somewhere.
Yeah.
We can break the chain car. Are you working with the Cuban
Stop
government?
Israel arms going through New York and New Jersey.
Yeah. Fuck Twitch.
We can break the
Fuck
chain.
Twitch.
Break the
Yes
chain.
or no? Are you working with
Fuck
the Cuban
Twitch and
government?
fuck you.
You fucking view bladder? Yo, you abuse your dog? That's crazy.
Oh yeah, isn't like Hassan in the quote unquote top 10 like most view botted channels or some shit? That's like a thing or something. Yeah, there's like some terminally online Redditor who the fuck cares? Don't pay attention. Like, I don't know, call them mentally ill and just like move on or something. They're losers. Nobody cares. Yeah, I think like Hassan's like, because view botting is becoming a problem again or whatever. Now the question then begins. Yeah, that's what I was. Boy, me Spinny, you're stealing my thunder, you bastard. Yeah, is there any evidence to suggest that Hassan was the one who ordered the fucking view bots? We can prove it for people like Tectone, for example, right? There's screenshots and images of him buying a bunch of view bots, as revealed by Miskif of all people, but whatever. But you have to prove that it was him who was buying the fucking bots, and so far that evidence has not been produced whatsoever, so... I don't know, nice try, guys. Nice fucking meme. And, oh, people may be view-botting Hassan because they're trying to get him banned. We all know that there are cockamamie plots to try to get him banned consistently, so whatever. It's just stupid, man.
Your dog got a shot collar? Your dog got a shot collar? One of the unfortunate problems that exists with this kind of coverage is that there are a lot of wonderful people out there who want to do right, by others.
Dude, as like, I don't know, like, how am I supposed to treat this seriously whatsoever? This is just silly. Yeah, Hassan's obviously very happy, spoiled dog is being abused or something. Like, okay, man. Like it's stupid. Yeah, this is basically what my fucking comment section is. A collection of, like, fucking, like, extremely low IQ morons saying, like, it's just like, bro, you're barely capable of forming like a cogent argument or point. You're just an idiot. You're stupid. Like, I genuinely wonder how you get up in the morning. Like, unironically, I genuinely do wonder. Not serious people.
And then there are opportunists. There are opportunists who want to make a name for themselves. That's all it is. And they try to do.
I don't know. Like, okay, you know what? Just to do this, we're gonna do the Kilotonics meme. Okay, having a shock collar for a dog, although you can have problems with it, perfectly fucking legal. Nothing illegal about a fucking shock collar. Even though the only evidence that these people have, really, of saying that it was a shock collar is, quote unquote, Cutie Cinderella saying, yeah, he does have a fucking shock collar that he apparently customized and turned into a vibration collar. That's like the only piece of tangible evidence that says even remotely fucking close to it being a fucking shock collar. So, is it a shock collar? Is it a vibration collar? I don't know. I don't really care. This shit is stupid. Move on with your lives. You people are fucking losers. I don't know. Go back to, like, suckling at the teat of more Pegasus, who, if he didn't have Hassan bad content, would probably be one of the most fucking boring-ass Brampton mans on the fucking goddamn planet, bro. Bro is the embodiment of, like, corny-ass, dumbass little fucking Brampton mans, okay? Like, look at that fucking dipshit. It's like, bro, fuck off. Oh, he is from Brampton? I didn't even fucking know that. Why am I not surprised that he's a fucking Brampton mans? And here, I don't know. There was also, like, dumbass fucking reporters. There was, like, a Fox News reporter of Hassan where he was, like, asking, like chirping the Fox News reporter, saying that, hey, why is Charlie Kirk, not Charlie Kirk, but Sean Hannity ducking a debate from me? That's a little interesting. We were supposed to debate by now, and it hasn't happened. Like, what's up with that? Which I find really, really funny. And then another, like, dumbass reporter from wherever the fuck was, like, saying, like, do you work with the Cuban government? Do you work with the Cuban government? Do you work with the Cuban government? It's like, no. Stupid. I don't know. You're just dumb. Whatever.
Charlie respected that. And it's really sad to see the remnants of the conservative movement refusing to carry the flame in the way that Charlie Kirk wanted it to be carried.
Dude, imagine getting trolled by that fucking dumbass AI Charlie Kirk song. This must be an embarrassment for these people. They don't really care. Yeah, they don't care.
on the other hand, do carry that flame. Because we are Charlie Kirk.
It's true.
Things like America deserves
We carry the
9/11.
flame.
Should I be really surprised that this... Okay, look, first off, nice fucking mop on your head top, bro. Fucking, look at this fucking pasty-ass mayo boy over here. This fucking, super mayo-ass fucking, pimply-faced looking dipshit over here. Bro, yeah, man. America deserved 9/11. Why would you say that? Why are you being so anti-American? The reason why America deserved 9/11, because I do agree with that fucking take, is a byproduct and consequence of the actions of the America within the Middle East. It's called imperial backlash. It's a concept that you can, broadly speaking, look up, okay? So, saying America deserved 9/11, now, optically speaking, does that look the best? Is it very inflammatory? Yeah, sure. Whatever. The underlying argument is correct. It's the broader concept of imperial backlash. Unironically, fucking Destiny also defended this exact same fucking point. But do any of these motherfuckers care about that? Nah. They don't give a shit about it.
We fight for the gospel. We honor his name.
By working with the
Do you know those words? Do you internalize those words? You should.
No.
Charlie Kirk was used inspiration, and he didn't work with the Cuban
He's
government.
an inspiration to
Did
me
you work
too.
with the Cuban government?
He inspired us all.
Why won't you say
Certainly
anything about
myself.
your involvement with the Cuban government?
I mean, you're making shit up. What do you want me to say?
Like what? Like yeah. Like what is this fucking talking point from these motherfuckers, dude? Like, what's the evidence that they have that he's worked with the Cuban government? Like, a lot of people are pointing to like one random clip from his podcast, and that's it. Like, produce receipts or shut the fuck up. I don't know what else to say. Like, shut up. Yeah, shut up.
Did you work with the Cuban government? Are you conspiring with the Cuban government?
No, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. Very fucking stupid. So I guess that's the Hassan angle in all of this, where he showed up, he hung out with a bunch of people, there was a bunch of Hassanabi heads or whatever the fuck, and he filmed the fucking protest. Yeah, that's really about it. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Well, more and more protests are going to happen like this constantly, given the obvious illegal actions being carried out by this criminal administration of Donald Trump. We all know that the actions being carried out here by ICE are illegal, and consistently, and I mean fucking consistently, he's been having a lot of troubles in court with a lot of his fucking goddamn actions. Constantly. Over and over and over and over again. And guess what? It's only going to keep happening. There will only be more protests, and it will only proceed in further clashes and more violence, shall we say, in the United States of America. For what reason exactly? Because it's fairly obvious and clear that this roving band of marauders, these impetuous ghouls and rapists at fucking ICE, are wholeheartedly, just completely and utterly willing to just do anything, and I mean anything in their power to just make the lives of immigrants within America significantly fucking worse. Again, we can pull up the fucking statistics from the Cato Institute. The vast majority of the people that ICE detains, it's about 70% of them, have had no criminal record. I believe 70+% to be exact. And the only people, because ICE is only supposed to enforce immigration crime, the percentage amount of people who they did detain who did immigration crime, which is again a civil offense, so not for the federal government to have any jurisdiction over, but whatever, none of these people care about those distinctions, is about 5%. 5%. And that's the exact sort of thing that ICE is quote-unquote supposed to enforce. So it's fairly obvious and clear that ICE simply exists as nothing more besides a far-right secret police that the president essentially wants to try to wield as a weapon to secure power for himself. However, that's not been really working out very, very well at all for the president, for one reason and one reason only, because he does not have the popular will at his side. Neither do same with the courts, doesn't have them at their side, nor does he have Congress at his side. Unlike in Nazi Germany, after they passed the Enabling Act of 1933, with the whole Reichstag fire moment that the Nazis used to justify the totalitarian dictatorship put in place in Germany during the fucking 30s. Trump does not have any of those conditions met whatsoever, and even if he did, would he actually be interested in following through with that? Probably not, because that would be a lot of fucking work, and his lazy looking head ass with all of these like dumbass fucking influencer weirdos in positions of power could give less of a flying fuck about that as well. Which is why you have a lot of these like far right weirdos getting more and more pissed with him by the day, because he's not being far right enough with them for them, which I find to be extremely fucking hilarious. But yeah, I don't think there's like really much else to say besides these protests are going to keep going. They're going to keep happening. They're going to keep going. And guess what? Maybe if these motherfuckers complied with the law, then there would not be as many protests then. But then again, the Trump administration could give less of a flying fuck about the law. And same with Congress, who is wholeheartedly just thrown away their ability to enforce their constitutional fucking duty to the United States of America. We shouldn't really be surprised by any of this whatsoever. Ugh. Final fucking meme. All right. Let's get fucking started with this bullshit. Graham Platner, our resident look like a chud, talk like a woke Senate candidate for Maine, where he is the presumptive nominee for the Democratic fucking Party. And he is the current frontrunner, especially after Janet Mills left for basically the fact that she was going to get absolutely fucking trounced when the election was going to happen. I know there's some other jabroni that all the blue MAGA tards are trying to push for right now. Is that guy going to get any motion? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. I mean, it's still a very, very good chance that Graham Platner is still going to be the presumptive fucking nominee. But apparently, there's a bit of a cheating scandal going on with Graham Platner. So, Maine Democratic Senate frontrunner Graham Platner engulfed in sex text scandal after wife alerts campaign to explicit messages with up to 6 women. So, what if I were to tell you that this headline right here is already immediately misleading? Ah, man. So, first off, the leak actually came from his former campaign manager, who was very, very salty and has been going on this like anti-Platner sort of bent, shall we say, for lack of a better term, ever since she got let go from her position as campaign manager for that campaign. Yeah, already not looking particularly great for this story based off of that, especially given some of the testimony from the wife saying that, and this is in the Wall Street Journal article itself, saying, why would you leak this information? I don't think it's a very, very good thing that you ended up fucking leaking this information. Not particularly great here. So, already not looking particularly good for this, to be quite honest. And apparently, from what I understand, he is allegedly fucking cheating on his wife and has a couple of dating profiles set up on a bunch of dating applications. I think one of them is called Kik, K-I-K, and apparently, as some people have claimed, it's like a or not a but a den of child grooming and predation or whatever the fuck. Excuse me. Okay, I don't know if people know this, but from what I understand, Kik has a 18 plus certification. You have to be 18 plus to sign up for that dating application. So kind of already throws a little bit of a wrench in there, in particular if he's like gone, because the implication there is that Graham Platner went on there to try to have a bunch of like sexual relations or sex with a bunch of minors. No evidence for this has been presented whatsoever. Spurious fucking claim being made by a bunch of dishonest hacks to the Republican Party, obviously. Like, dog, if the Republican Party was so concerned about fucking pedophilia and like child grooming, like, might want to take a look at the guy who's currently at the top of the ticket. Unironically, one of Trump's faith advisors is only going to jail for 6 months for grooming a 14-year-old. Do we need to talk about like Roy Moore, who groomed more 14-year-olds in a fucking goddamn mall in Georgia? But whatever. Do we need to talk about the J6er who got pardoned by Trump, who was about to get money from the fucking slush fund, who also groomed a 13-year-old? Very, very fucking goofy. But whatever. Do the Republicans have any standards when it comes to this? No, none whatsoever. Now, the thing that we can focus on is that he's married and he was sexting these women while he was married. Okay, sure. Is that bad? Sure. Whatever. On a scale of like 1 to 10 in terms of like problems in like a relationship, apparently he was like also cheating on some women or something. That is bad, obviously. But like sexting 6 different women on dating applications, and these are all interactions that have been leaked by a former campaign manager. This is like such a fucking whatever. Like, this is a nothing burger, honestly. Keep in mind, the Democratic establishment literally pulled in all of their power in order to support Andrew fucking Cuomo in the race for the New York mayoralship against Zoran Mamdani. And that guy has done things that are significantly fucking worse in comparison to that of what Graham Platner has done, right? That guy has sexually assaulted multiple women, tried to sue for gynecological records to make sure that that stuff would not see the fucking light of day. And I'm supposed to, like, with all these, like, blue magatard fucking weirdos, like your Jose's of the world and all these, like, Hutches and Destinies of the world, I'm supposed to, like, give a shit about that when they all supported fucking Andrew Cuomo against Zoran Mamdani. And I'm supposed to care about their standards when it comes to sexual impropriety when those motherfuckers supported Andrew Cuomo. Okay, bro. Like, nice fucking meme. Or, like, I'm trying to think who else on, like, the Democratic side had a bunch of, like, sexual impropriety surrounding them. I mean, Andrew Cuomo is, like, the fucking main one that I can think of. Eric Swalwell. Eric Swalwell did significantly worse, and all those motherfuckers were also supporting him for California fucking governorship. And that guy fucking raped a bunch of women. So, like, honestly, on the scale of bad sort of behaviors within relationships, I'm going to say this. Graham Platner is certainly on the lower end of that fucking spectrum if he's sexting 6 different women and allegedly cheating on one of them while he's married with his wife, which is obviously bad, but, like, we're talking about rapes and sexual assault. Yeah, okay. Like, I'm struggling to really care about this, to be quite honest. But here, one of the things specifically within the Wall Street Journal, and as the community note ever so outlines here, it turns out there's a bunch of fake screenshots that have been perpetrated by either Republicans, probably Republicans, but also by some of these blue MAGA fucking dipshits that are explicitly lying about some of the stuff reported within that Wall Street Journal article. So I have to immediately ask this fucking question. If you think you got him, why lie? Like, why lie? That doesn't make any sense to me. If you think you have him, metaphorically speaking, dead to rights, why lie? If you think your argument is so cogent and effective, it doesn't make any sense to me. But whatever, none of these people have any fucking standards or principles whatsoever. But here, the wife herself also decided to lay out her side of the story, her sort of whole take on all of this. Why don't we take a look to see what exactly she says?
Hey everyone, it's Amy. I wanted to make a statement today, and sorry, I'm getting eaten by bugs. I wanted to make a statement today in response to a couple of news articles that are out there about my marriage to Graham. If anybody knows me and Graham personally, you know that we got married in 2023. We live in Sullivan. We've got 2 dogs, and we love each other deeply. So it makes me really angry, disappointed, and I find it really shameful that there's a group of media outlets and people who are willing to spread gossip instead of talking about real issues that Graham is running on.
Okay. A slight criticism here for Amy. Welcome to the current fucking era of politics we find ourselves under Donald Trump, who's an extremely catty bitch, a reality TV star, and loves fucking spreading a bunch of goddamn rumors. Yeah, like, who gives a fuck about issues? Like, fuck that shit. No one gives a fuck about any of that stuff. Or, people do give a fuck about that stuff, mostly as like a tangential sort of like thing. It's a tertiary for them mostly, which is unfortunate. It's all about the cattiness, being like super drama hungry and super like, I don't know, horrors, for lack of a better term, for the drama, which I always just I find it to be fucking silly, man.
On like healthcare and education and childcare. I'm walking up and down my road right now, and this is like my 20th take. This is very hard to do, but I just really wanted to make sure that everyone knows that Graham and I have a great marriage. Being married is hard. Being newly married is hard. Being newly married and going through infertility is hard. Being newly married, going through infertility, and a Senate campaign is hard. I don't even know if I have the right words to describe what we've been going through, but our marriage counselor helps. My personal counselor helps. Graham's personal counselor helps. And
I believe that's all shit that they got specifically through the VA, because Graham Platner is a veteran. He was a part of the Marines, you know, did frontline fucking combat in Fallujah and whatnot in Iraq, yada, yada, yada. So, again, ultimately, here's the thing. They're trying to work through this with their marriage counselor. Ultimately, whatever the fucking wife and the husband ultimately decide to do is their fucking decisions, right? Because I've been seeing a bunch of people, like, going online and saying, like, whoa, Graham Platner is wild for trotting out his fucking wife to put out this fucking message for her. And I'm just like, I mean, sure, but there's some stuff that we're probably going to get to specifically for, and this is within the Wall Street Journal article itself, where she felt particularly betrayed about all the fact that all this information came out by the salty campaign manager, which is why I have just a very, very difficult time really giving much of a fuck about this whatsoever. Again, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If the total conf tattoo didn't get him, this sure as shit won't work either. Like, you know what Americans are going to see? Whoa, this guy was, like, flirting with, like, 6 different women at the same time? Yo, that's fucking awesome. Now, is that a good thing? No. It's not. It's not a fucking good thing. But it's unfortunately the position that we mostly find ourselves under. So, yeah, like, they're in counseling. They're fucking working on it. Ultimately, who knows if they had to talk about it. They decided to fucking work on it. whatever. They're working through it. There's a counselor, yada, 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 based off of what Amy's claims are here. So as far as I'm concerned, whatever. Yes, and by the way, this is for all the blue MAGA-tard dipshits. Janet Mills pardoned pedophiles. So on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of who is worse, Janet Mills, Chris Cuomo, I'm trying to think who else did some like weird sussy fucking sexual shit within the Democratic fucking party. Don't remember exactly who. There's like the two that come up specifically, but whatever. Those guys are significantly fucking worse.
And we work on our mental health every day. No marriage is perfect, and I don't want a perfect marriage. I want my marriage, and I want to be married to Graham. Sorry, black flies. I knew the man that I married is wonderful.
Clinton, thank you, Alex. Yeah, like literally Clinton, Hillary Clinton defended her fucking husband's sexual impropriety live on like national television, and that motherfucker was the president of the United States of America and had associations with Jeffrey fucking Epstein. So I don't want to I just don't want to hear it from any of these like blue MAGA like dipshits. Like, I'm so uninterested. I could give less of a flying fuck about any of their opinions.
Dynamic and probably a genius. I knew the man that I married had been through an immense amount of violent, active combat. And he's been in therapy for years. I admire the fuck out of him. So when there are news articles about our marriage, it's just extra shitty. Can I say that online? I hope I can. It's extra shitty because people in Maine want affordable gas. Mm-hmm. They want to be able to see their doctor when they're sick. They want to be able to send like their kids to a nice school, a nice daycare facility, and raise families the way that they want to. So I think I'm feeling angry today, and I don't normally make public statements, but it's really important for me to tell all of you out there, especially people who are voting in Maine, that I think it's shameful behavior to spend time and energy and resources on negative ads and negative stories on Graham when all he's trying to do is improve the lives of people who work for a living. And that's it. He doesn't have any other agenda, which is what I think people are trying to dig up.
I mean, listen, unfortunately, the powers that be want you to suffer. Which is why they're just going to, like, literally take as much feces and just, like, throw it at the wall and see what fucking sticks. I'm going to be honest here. I don't think this is going to stick. If Totem Conf Tattoo couldn't fucking do it, neither is this. I'm going to be so fucking for real. This is not going anywhere. I don't think it's going to happen. Like, again, like, can you have criticisms of Graham Platner for the fact that he may have some poor judgment? Yes. I think you can have those criticisms. I'm going to be honest here. I don't think that's totally fair. Absolutely. Right? But you can understand where his poor judgment abilities may come from. He lived in Maine. Poor part of Maine. He's been mostly poor his entire life. I'm not sure in terms of like what educational attainment he has. I mean, he went into the military. He went to Iraq, got deployed in Iraq as part of the Marines. He didn't really have any sort of ability to make any decision there while he was a part of the military, because that's how it works. Went to Fallujah. I know that he was anti-war because he yelled at George Bush, saying like, hey, no war in Iraq. That was also another thing as well. But he got deployed anyways. It's just what happens to the fucking military. And I know also he did a stint in fucking Blackwater as well. And apparently he's talked about how he's been very, very much so pro-war. He always wanted to like go to war or some shit. Like, again, this was about 20 fucking years ago. Like, things change in people. I hope that this is like something that's broadly speaking understood. Like, you do all that work within, say, like Blackwater or the military and whatnot, you realize, wow, that was actually a bunch of bullshit, and people change, right? The American constituent is a very, very complicated creature, right? We say the meme constantly about, we taught this chimpanzee what the median voter believes, and it ended up shooting itself. Graham Platner is sort of like that exact dude who has now further developed into this left-leaning, like, progressive individual, right? People are generally speaking very complicated, and considering the fact that we are talking about American education here, civic education in particular, it makes a lot of sense that initially he may not have been as well educated, politically speaking or fucking civically speaking, because that education in America has essentially been completely and utterly destroyed. So again, I have like a really, really difficult time, like, I don't know, getting my panties in a twist over this. I'm gonna be really honest.
And this is a long video, so I hope my editing team isn't too frustrated with me.
Editing team,
I hope that everyone's having a good Saturday.
Probably because it's going up on the main. That's why. Whatever.
Graham and I really care about the state of Maine. We really love it. We were born and raised here, and I think we deserve better. I think Mainers deserve better, and I don't know what else to say. So if you're editing this video, I'm really sorry. Thanks for watching.
Okay. So ultimately, could you have a criticism here about some of the stuff that she said? Like, it's the 20th take. Seems kind of scripted. I mean, if it was scripted, why would it take like 20 takes or something? I don't know. Like, whatever. I don't know if she's like experienced in this particular sort of stuff. Was she coached about this? We can spin up any fucking conspiracy theory that could potentially explain why it allegedly took 20 takes. Why is Graham Platner not being the main one responding to this? I mean, if he does respond to this, I'll obviously fucking talk about that, see what he says. Yada, yada, yada. Judge it from there, right? We could say, like, literally anything about anything. I'm going to be honest. If we're talking about the main sort of tenets of the scandal, quote unquote, I'm still having a very, very difficult time being on board saying, like, this is a massive fucking deal. When, again, the Democratic Party and a lot of these, like, blue MAGA centrist dipshits supported people like Bill Clinton back in the ye olden days of the 90s and whatnot, and kept supporting him, of course, as in terms of his actions as president, up until he was discovered to be in the fucking Epstein files, where they finally decided to fucking drop him because that was a bridge too far even for them. And also supported Andrew Cuomo in his race against Zohran Mamdani for the New York mayoralship. I'm having a really, 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 really difficult time getting on board with, honestly, like, trying to gin up a cancel mob for Graham Platner's fucking campaign. I'm gonna be really, really honest here. Like, in this, if we're talking about this scale of, like, terrible sexual impropriety, what Clinton did and Andrew Cuomo did, and I mean Janet Mills pardoned fucking pedophiles, those are on scales that are significantly worse in comparison to man who sexted 6 women on differing dating apps and shit. I'm going to be so fucking for real. Like, this is just, this ain't passing the fucking smell test for me. I'm gonna be honest here. And it's also not passing the smell test here for the Pod Johns either. Got John Favreau here saying, I just say that if the reason you don't want to support a candidate is because he and his wife chose not to share that they went through marriage counseling to deal with infidelity, that's your choice. But I do think there are other factors in the race that will have more of a direct impact on your life. So, yeah. Pod Johns ain't fucking buying this either, right? And a lot of these people, like Pod Johns, who I think are people who actually care about effective politics and winning within politics, which these blue MAGA centrist diptards don't care about. Like the Jose's of the world, the Hutches of the world. These motherfuckers could give less of a flying fuck whatsoever. And, you know, Shannon Watts as well. There are so many of these fucking, like, centrist weirdos who could give less of a flying fuck at all at being able to, or wanting to build an effective coalition or effective strategy in order to be able to win, because in reality, for them, they are no different than MAGA. They are all a bunch of fucking cultists. They are functionally the exact fucking same metaphorical fucking beast. These people don't give a fuck, right? They don't care about effective political policy. They do not care about winning in terms of politics. These motherfuckers could give less of a flying fuck. Because they act all the exact same as fucking MAGA. No different, right? No, we can't have Grant Platner because that's who the lefties like. It's like, okay, bro. Nice fucking meme, dude. But here, talking about the whole sort of like teaser, shall we say, of the former campaign fucking manager. Genevieve McDonald quit the campaign and has been on an anti-Platner rampage ever since. If a married couple is happy together, I really don't think voters think it's anyone's business what they've previously been through unless it was abusive. And people are trying to claim that this video that was filmed by the wife is abusive. What evidence do you have to say that is the case? Like, in what way? Could you say that it's like scripted? It seems prepared, like that there's not a lot of heart and soul in it. I mean, you can make that argument, but that's highly fucking subjective. And honestly, I don't really give much of a shit about that, honestly. Like, this was never meant to make the light of day whatsoever. The couple themselves made it clear that this was not supposed to make the light of day. But a salty fucking former campaign manager decided to air out this fucking dirty laundry at the behest, or not at the behest, against the wishes of the fucking couple in question. So as far as I'm concerned, the only shitty person here will be Genevieve McDonald. Yeah, this is really backfiring for you centrist MAGA fucktard weirdos. And here, this is specifically the thing about like Graham Platner making that like fucking kick profile. Again, like this is just such a fucking nothing burger, to be honest. From what I understand, this is a it's an 18 plus dating app. You have to be 18 plus to sign onto it. Now, of course, is it entirely possible that a bunch of minors are going to be in there? Maybe. People lie on that shit all the fucking goddamn time. That's the thing that fucking happens. Things slip through the fucking cracks. Does that really fucking mean that this is going to be like a stain on Graham Platner when you don't even like know if Graham Platner fucking interacted with any fucking minors or predated on any of these people? You have no fucking idea. It's just incredibly fucking stupid. Okay, this is what I also wanted. But here, this is, and I've been teasing this as well, but this is what Graham Platner's wife has to say about the fucking story, right? This is her fucking perspective. And this was also, I believe, in the Wall Street fucking Journal. Interesting. So yeah, this is why I think that this is like such a nothing burger of a fucking scandal. Again, if Totem Conf Tattoo didn't do it, neither is this. Seems like it only got attention because this former staffer, Genevieve McDonald, can't stand to see Platner doing well after she fled his campaign. She hitched her horse to the winning campaign, bailed after it was as successful as it was, and is mad about that fact. Yeah. That's why I just can't treat this seriously, like, whatsoever. I'm going to be quite honest here. Like, this smells like nothing but, like, dumbass fucking political opportunism. So in a statement released by the campaign, Miss Gertner, that's the wife, of course, suggested that she had been betrayed by Miss McDonald, saying she was deeply hurt and bothered by the invasion of our privacy. I confided deeply personal details about my marriage to someone I considered a friend, she said. I trusted this person with the most private chapter of our lives, the early days of our marriage, before any campaign was on our mind. Our marriage today is stronger than ever before, she said, or she added. I know the man I married and the husband he has been to me on the best and the worst days of my life. That hasn't changed, and it won't. Not looking good for you blue MAGA fucking weirdos, guys. It's not looking good for you guys. It ain't looking good. If the wife themselves has made it very, very clear that they didn't want any of this dirty laundry to fucking air out. I'm going to be really honest. And also for like all the quote-unquote anti-Platner leftists. you guys are fucking dumbasses, bro. Like, this is an opportunity. Sometimes you have to learn how to, shall we say, scrimmage, for lack of a better term. Learn how to play some fucking team sports every now and again. Is electoralism cucked and fucking cringe? Yes, it is cucked and fucking cringe. However, with the current systems that are in place right now, gotta learn to fucking work with them. Even Lenin himself said, you need to participate within elections every now and again to stave off fucking fascism, right? Very, very fucking important, though. So, I mean, we'll just say exactly what's, like, going on here, right? I want to hold his feet to the fire when he's in the Senate, though. Like, if he's not going to respect 51% of the population, fuck him. I mean, like, listen, Boy Meets Mini. He said all that stupid fuck shit in the Reddit account. I don't remember how many years ago, but like 15 fucking years ago. Who knows if he's fucking changed? I have no reason to believe that he has not or has fucking changed. Has he fucking changed? Who really knows, right? He claims that he's made his changes, whatever. He used to be a stupid shithead while in the fucking Marines as a part of the infantry, fucking deployed there. Yada, yada, yada. Whatever, right? It is what it is. People fucking develop, people fucking change, right? If you want to, like, hold someone's feet to the fire from, like, the dumbass shit they said from 15 years ago and, like, social media profiles, and like you yourself say, Boy Meets Mini, you used to be a far-right evangelical fuckwit back in the fucking day, we can do the Uno reverse card and essentially do the same to yourself. But I don't think there's, like, really any point in doing that, because I believe in people's ability to be able to change, yada, 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 throughout the years when they, broadly speaking, adopt new positions, change their thoughts on certain things, blah, 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 right? It just depends on a lot of the stuff that they believe in now, and a lot of the stuff that they believed in a relatively, like, recent sort of time frame, if we want to, like, gauge their fucking consistency. And like I said before, with someone like Graham Platner, for example, he is like the idea of the American median voter. And like I said before, you teach a chimpanzee what the American median voter believes, and it's going to blow its own brains out, right? So again, like, what is there to really do? I haven't seen enough from Graham yet. I really hope he has a spine and doesn't avoid this. I mean, like, sure, Boy Meets Mini, but, like, it just depends on, like, what exactly is he supposed to do? I mean, he said already, I think, that what he said, he doesn't believe in the shit that he wrote there anymore, and that it was bad, and then he apologized from it, and he moved on. Like, at a certain point in time, it's just like, I mean, like, what else can you fucking do, right? Like, you can accept the apology, you cannot accept the apology, it's whatever. I've chosen to essentially just be like, okay, I mean, we'll just see what he does in a position of power, if he ends up winning, of course, and we'll just have to go from there. That's really all you can do at this particular juncture. While holding his feet to the fire in the Senate is of the politics, not what he said previously, and we should do it for everyone, including Mamdani. Of course, that's true, Alex. But yeah, I mean, I hope we have, like, a pretty decent idea here of what exactly is happening. This is like a non-scandal, a story that was essentially conjured up by a former campaign staffer who got mad about the fact that she hitched her wagon to a horse that was winning, and then she decided to fucking bail on that horse. Why? Because she's a fucking dumbass or something. Who really knows? Or just like a centrist fucking weirdo. Who knows? But keep in mind, and this is very, very fucking important, right? For people to keep in mind. A lot of quote-unquote Democrats who wanted Andrew Cuomo to win are very upset about Graham Platner cheating on his wife for some reason. Let that fucking sink in. Because I'm going to tell you right now, for these blue MAGA fuckwit weirdos, there's no standards. They don't give a shit. An example of one of these people, this Nikki Frank individual. Oh, spare me, you push Eric Swalwell out of Congress for far less than this. This dumbass is trying to equivocate what Eric Swalwell did to Graham Platner fucking sexting 6 different women. When we know that Eric Swalwell raped, at the very least, They were sexually assaulted, sent dick pics to a bunch of different women. I believe it was 5 different women. So, like, spare me it. Like, yeah, just, like, fucking spare me it. Like, you're okay with, like, a violent rape of a 21-year-old when he was married, but you were going to have a problem with some sexts. Okay, bro. Like, you don't actually care about women's rights. You don't care about rape. This is all, like, stupid team sports for you people. You don't give a fuck about any of this stuff. We can go through other examples of blue MAGA fucking weirdos. You know the individuals if you're terminally online. There's that Troubled Tim guy who says a stupid bunch of idiotic fuck shit. There's like Shannon Watts who also says stupid fuck shit and is pro-Zionist, of course. And all the other like blue MAGA fucking weirdos who are saying like, oh man, this is... I hope that Graham Platner has some principle and drops out. No, he's not going to fucking drop out. That's fucking stupid. Like, who's going to be the next guy who's going to take up, I don't know, the candidateship or the presumptive nomination of Graham Platner? Some other fucking, like, centrist weirdo who's going to inevitably lose to Susan Collins? Like, okay, bro, like, nice fucking meme. Not going to fucking happen. You people are stupid who are trying to astroturf a fucking campaign to try to get Graham Platner out of the race because you're just mad about the fact that Janet Mills pardoned pedophiles. You're actually okay with defending certain rapists and people who do sexual impropriety if it just confirms with your very narrow ideology of just being a lemming to the fucking Democratic Party and being a blue MAGA fucking weirdo and behaving in the exact same way as Republican constituents do. When it comes to, I don't know, deference to fucking candidates. I have no respect for it. You people act exactly like MAGA fucking weirdos, and I think all of you people can go fuck yourselves. But yeah, I mean, what else is there to really say? This scandal, I think, overall, is an absolute nothing burger. I don't think nothing's going to come out of this. Like, I don't know, there's going to be a dip in a prediction market or something by like a couple points. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Yeah, whoop-de-fucking-do. Unironically, after the totem conf tattoo happened, that whole fucking scandal, his polling actually went up. No one really gives a shit. People only care about the positions that the guy holds. The fact that he's going out and talking with a bunch of Mainers, which is exactly what he's been doing as a part of his campaign strategy. Going around everywhere, talking about people, criticizing Susan Collins, holding town halls all over the place within Maine, and drawing full fucking crowds within Maine. Within Maine. Full crowds going outside the fucking town hall. So, like, listen. As far as I'm concerned, this is just like a bunch of hooey. It's not going to accomplish anything. If the totem comp tattoo didn't do shit, neither is this. And it's been made very, very clear, I think, at this point in time, that this is a salty former campaign staffer who hitched her wagon to the winning horse and then decided to just leave it for some reason and got pissed about the fact that she decided to unhitch her wagon to the winning fucking horse. Yeah. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a cope and fucking seethe, Jack, from me there. Cope and fucking seethe. I have no sympathy for these blue MAGA weirdos. I have very, very little sympathy for all the Republican dipshits who are trying to do literally everything possible to cope and seethe their way through this fucking race when Susan Collins fucking loses to fucking Graham Platner. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. My voice was definitely fucking losing it there. Been talking too much. Hopefully it doesn't sound too bad in the recording, but we'll see. I've been talking a little too much. Talking too much while sick. Oh, it's almost 4 in the morning. No. Who are we raiding out to today? Anti-ice protesters showing their injuries? Oh boy. Oh man. But yeah, I hope my position on the Graham Platner stuff is very clear. I have a very, very hard time, to be quite honest, like, getting upset with this whole scandal. I'm gonna be really honest. Like I said before, Totem Conf Tattoo actually showing a potential character flaw of Graham Platner, of him having poor judgment. If that's not fucking getting him, this ain't doing shit. This ain't doing shit. Ain't doing anything. Maine could give less of a flying fuck, it seems. The voters don't care. Yep, and the fake text did it for me. Mm-hmm. A lot of fake shit going around about this. It's psyop as far as I'm concerned. Like, this is just a nothing burger. We're raiding out to Neurodetergent. Alright, idiots. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the transfer to the Dahorepa. If you're a non-sub, you do the Wowie with the Dahorepa.
News.
That's how we show appreciation to those that are in 20K's gamers. I will not be back tomorrow, but I will be back on Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday. Should be Wednesday. Actually, no, it should be Tuesday. No, not Tuesday. Wednesday. I drive my mom to the airport Tuesday. No, Wednesday. Whatever. I'll be fine. I'll be back whenever I'm back. It should be Wednesday. I'm pretty sure it's Wednesday, but we'll see. I should be fine by then. I should be better by then. She's going on vacation, I think, to a cruise somewhere. I think. In Europe. I think. And then she comes back, has to go to Montreal, I think. Something like that. Anywho, whatever. I will be back on Wednesday. Same time, same place, same face. And we'll be doing more of the same stuff. Anywho. Peace out, gamers.